Good morning. Welcome to our conference. My name is Michał Wędłowski, and I'm the Senior Climate Technology and Policy Manager at Bellona Europa. I'm leading our work, Bellona's work in Central and Eastern Europe. Together with my colleagues and our project partners, we're very happy to welcome you at our conference, which is organized as part of the CCS4CEE project. The full title of the project is Building Momentum for the Long-Term CCS Deployment in Central and Eastern Europe. And the project is funded by the EEA and Norway grants as part of the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Program. And its objective is to renew the debate around CCS in Central and Eastern Europe. And this is based on the realization that achieving deep decarbonization and climate neutrality is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, without deploying CCS. So to this end, together with our project partners, we've been promoting CCS in Central and Eastern Europe. The project covers not less than 11 countries. And we've been doing that through a series of national seminars and workshops, a regional conference, and we've also published a series of national CCS reports, and more recently, a series of national CCS deployment roadmaps, which you can find on our website. And yeah, we've been doing that with 4 project partners, plus Bellona Europa as the expert partner of the project. You will have a chance to see them, meet them later today during the conference in session 2, when we will hear also about the findings of the project. And as for today's conference, the idea was to connect stakeholders from the CCS actors from Central and Eastern Europe, together with the more policy-oriented audience in Brussels. So our objective is to learn a bit more about the Brussels perspective on CCS, and also to learn about CCS initiatives, policy initiatives at the European level. But equally, we were hoping to also demonstrate that there is an emerging CCS scene in Central and Eastern Europe. So we invited a couple of project developers from the region, and we hope that soon, when people will be discussing CCS, it's not just gonna be about Norway, the Netherlands, and the North Sea region, but also about countries like Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Slovenia, just to name a few of the CE countries. So after this event, we will continue with the project. We'll be organizing another series of national events, another regional conference, and there'll be also one more event in Brussels next year. So I'd like to invite you to follow the project website, ccs4ce.eu, our social media accounts on Twitter and LinkedIn. And if you wish to tweet about this event, the hashtag is CCS4CEE. 4 as a digit. And maybe just some organizational information. There will be a coffee break after session 2 and a lunch break after session 3, and they will be served in the same room where you had the welcome coffee. So now I would like to welcome Nora Mechsen from the EEA Norway grants, who will deliver the keynote speech. Nora is a sector officer and program manager at EEA Norway grants. She's been working on such topics as inclusive and decent work, as well as domestic and gender-based violence. So Nora, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, partners. My name is Nora Mechsen, and I work as the sector officer and program manager at the Secretariat for the EEA and Norway grants, which is based here in Brussels. On behalf of the donors of the grants, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, We work for a more equal Europe, both socially and economically, and in partnership with bilateral and transnational actors. And it is a pleasure to be with you here today discussing one of the most pressing topics of our time. How can we better mitigate the effects of climate change? Climate change is one of the challenges affecting social and economic development in Europe today. And recently, we have also seen that COVID-19 and the Russian invasion of Ukraine have also had shockwaves economically and socially in Europe and the rest of the world, not to mention. In this challenging context, we need to be conscious of how we better can build and rebuild our societies. Quality of life, economic competitiveness, and security all rely on the natural resources of our ecosystems. And while the impact of climate change is global, it will affect European citizens and ecosystems differently, depending on the magnitude and rate of climate change and the ability of ecosystems and our communities to adapt to these changes. Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein are committed to international efforts to tackle climate change, a commitment we shared with the EU. That is why the EEA and Norway grants have allocated more than 418 million euros, contributing to a greener Europe. We support activities such as development of strategies and action plans on climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, preparation of pilot projects for carbon capture and storage, research project on greenhouse gas emission reductions in industries, and environmental education and awareness raising. The Fund for Regional Cooperation that I manage has a particular focus on cross-border cooperation. And among the over 700 applications we received under this fund, the CCS for CEE project was one of the 19 selected. So I believe that the high number of applications, it does not only say something about the quality of the 19 projects that were ultimately selected for funding, it says something about the urgent need for transnational cooperation in Europe today. The nature of climate change demands cross-border cooperation, in which the sharing of knowledge and experience is crucial, because pollution knows no borders. And the CCS for CEE project, covering 11 countries that we have heard, including a Norwegian expertise partner, is truly an initiative that works to find common solutions to shared challenges. Transitions to climate neutrality in Europe is crucial for the world's fulfillment of the goals set in the Paris Agreement. This calls for new technologies, energy production with less emissions, more efficient energy use, protection of ecosystems as they store large quantities of carbon, and management, change management practices and consumer behavior. The main contribution of CCS technologies in this endeavor lies in their potential to reduce emissions in heavy industries considered hard to abate, so that no sector is left behind in a net zero world. In addition to leaving no sector behind, no region should be left behind. The CCS for CEE project aims to bring CCS technology to the center of the decarbonization discussion in Central and Eastern Europe. Technology that is important for the region's road to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the project that has gathered us here today with your excellent work so far. It is more needed than ever. Because not protecting the natural resources of which our social and economic development is reliant on is a losing game, not only for the citizens and the environment of today, but for the generations and the times to come. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful conference.
Thanks, Nina. Thanks for setting the stage with these introductory comments. And again, many thanks to the EA and Norway grants for funding our work and to build momentum for CCS deployment in Central and Eastern Europe. Now I'm very happy to announce our first panel. The topic we will discuss in a minute is the role of CCS in EU climate policy. And we have an excellent moderator and two highly expert speakers, and a special address by the member of the European Parliament, Mr. Christian Bussoy, who could not join us in person, but he has recorded his remarks on CCS. So let me just introduce him in a couple of words. Mr. Bussoy is a member of the European Parliament, and he's the chair of the ITRE committee dealing with industry, energy and research. He's also a substitute member of the ENVI committee dealing with environment, health and safety, food safety issues. So Mr. Bussoy has multiple degrees in medicine, law and diplomacy. He started his political career in the 90s when he joined the National Liberal Party. And after serving as a member of the National Parliament, the Romanian Parliament, in 2007, he has been elected as the member of the European Parliament and has been serving there for 3 consecutive terms. So let's hear from Mr. Bussoy.
Good day, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the CCS for Central and Eastern European Countries Alliance for their project, for their involvement, and for organizing yet another seminar today which allow more in-depth discussions. We are discussing today the role of CCS in achieving the EU climate neutrality target and building the momentum for this. I am not being able to be present to your discussions as I am still in Romania today for high political meetings, but I hope that my statement will be well received by you, and please excuse me for not being present in person. I would like to start by stating that the International Energy Agency said recently in a 2021 report that reaching net zero globally will be virtually impossible without CCUS. Just to be clear, without both carbon capture utilization and storage. So, dear audience and distinguished guests, CCU and CCS is needed to curb emissions from energy production from heavy industries, steel, cement, chemicals. It is needed to curb emissions from power plants where alternative sources of power cannot be made available in sufficient quantities. It is needed to permanently store CO2 captured from the air. Coming back to the Central and East European countries, the deployment of CCS in the region could unlock technology and business potential and constitute a major drive for the economy of these countries in the near future. At the same time, of course, the most important, and I stated at the beginning, it will help to curb emissions and contribute to reach our climate goals and our strategic goals in 2030 and in 2050. The reality is that currently CCS technology is not advancing as fast as others, but at the same time, we are striving in the Union to support these technologies and others to reach the maturity to contribute to achieving our climate targets. Your study shows that Romania, my country, only would benefit out of CCS and CCU technologies in 3 relevant sectors at least: energy production, petroleum refining, and heavy industry sectors like steel, metal, and cement. What we see and what studies show us is the potential, but it also shows us the willingness turned into research projects and experimental projects and the need for more involvement from both the policy side and from the political side, whether we are talking about national or European Union authorities. What we need to do to turn this potential is exactly what you are discussing today: building the momentum and discuss the role of CCS in achieving our neutrality targets, EU funding opportunities for CCS projects, and we need to be very exact and to give the right opportunities to fund the projects related to CCS and CCUS, the role of CO2 transport and storage infrastructure, and of course, to see what are the most advanced and possible to be built immediately CCS projects in the Central and East European region. All these discussions are then applicable on a case-by-case scenario for each country and each sector. It is good enough that there is a range of technologies, that we have the three main categories of capture technologies with multiple CO2 capture technologies with different levels of maturity, costs, and energy requirements. We know that the choice of capture technology will depend, of course, on the design and process conditions of an individual site, but it will also depend on the maturity of the technology and, of course, extremely important in any project, the costs. In conclusion, it is important to continue to promote the potential and the need of CCU and CCS technologies. This is something that I also do inside European Parliament as Chairman of Industry, Research and Energy Committee, and very much involved in initiatives to explain to the decision makers and colleagues what are the benefits and the absolute need of CCS in Europe. Also, we need to find the best solutions to overcome the challenges. So these technologies will grow on maturity and start to be recognized at the national level, both from a regulatory point of view, but also as a potential means to reach our targets. I'm talking about climate targets, and of course, to be financially co-financed and supported at the EU level, at the national level. I wish you good debates today and looking forward to the outcome and future discussions on the topic. Thank you so much. Good luck.
So valuable perspective from the European Parliament. It's good to hear that there is interest in CCS also in that institution. And I think it's also a good way to kick off our panel discussion. So let me introduce the moderator, Lee Beck. She is a senior director at Clean Air Task Force, or CATF, and she's leading her organization's work on growth and climate policy impact in Europe. Lee has worked on climate and energy issues both in the US and Europe. And she has been advancing and strengthening the transatlantic relationship to achieve climate goals. So Lee, good morning. Very happy to see you. I'd also like to welcome our two fantastic panelists, CCS and climate policy experts and practitioners, Chris Bolesta and Marco Maver. And I will now give the floor to Lee to kick off the discussion. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Michal, and please, the panelists, please join us on the panel. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you. And thank you so much for this kind introduction. Clean Air Task Force, actually, it's a personal honor for me to be here because before I stepped into my current role, I was leading Clean Air Task Force's global work on carbon capture, where we've worked very closely with Bologna on, in Europe, for example, reforming 10E, working right now on 10T ETS reform, and really finding deployment policy for options for carbon capture and storage. So thank you so much for having me. Before I dive in, this is what we're going to do today. We're going to have an amazing panel discussion, but we also want to hear from you in the audience. I think the presence here today, but also online, is a testament for how important this work is on carbon capture in CE region and the unparalleled and pioneering nature of what Bologna has done in this project. So I just want to echo what Nora said, that this is really, really incredible project and really excited about this conversation today. Please tweet at us as hashtag CCS44 as a number, CEE, and be ready for questions. We're going to go into the audience relatively quickly. So before we dive in, I just want to tell everyone, if you haven't had a chance to read all the reports that have been developed by this project, please do. They're really, really exciting, really insightful. And on the website, they have impressive depths when it comes to regulatory questions, infrastructure, policy, stakeholder perspectives in the different countries, and also emission sources that could be used or could be decarbonized with carbon capture and storage. And what I took away is that there's really an incredible opportunity for decarbonization and the advancement of carbon capture and storage technologies in the region. I think one report mentions 94 sources with more than 1 million tons of CO2 emissions annually in cement, refining, ammonia, and steel. And as Nora said, we shouldn't leave any sectors behind, and manufacturing is really a core component of economic output in the region. And then the other piece is what I think is really, really important that many reports mention is that the energy sector actually holds huge potential for carbon capture deployment in the partner countries of this project. So I think with this, it also, I think the reports make really clear that there are key barriers: lack of policy and regulatory structures, lack of clarity from the EU, something we're going to explore in our conversation, absence of infrastructure. So to this end, and with this kind of tee up, I'm really excited to introduce the panelists. We have Dr. Marko Maver, who is the secretary in the cabinet of the Minister for the Environment and Spatial Planning in Slovenia, and Chris Walesa, who's the CCUS team lead and DG Energy in the European Commission. Both of you are carbon capture and storage experts. Marko, you've been working for a decade or more on carbon capture and storage policy. You are a key author of Slovenia's roadmap report and assessment report for this project. You've worked with Clean Air Task Force on carbon capture. Chris, you've been working on carbon capture deployment policy for the better part of 2 decades. So I think this is going to be a really, really exciting conversation. So let's start with you, Chris. The Commission recently announced Innovation Fund projects in Bulgaria and Poland. So can you give us an overview of where the Commission, or how the Commission views carbon capture and storage deployment strategy, and how it's evolving at the EU level, and then maybe also go over to, relatively quickly, so we tee it up for Marko, what do you expect from member states to advance carbon capture and storage in the region?
Thanks, Lee. Yeah, first of all, it's a very exciting project, and I'm great at doing it because CCS in the Central and Eastern Europe, the technology is still not really well recognized as a climate technology. So I think it's time to so that change. It's true that I've been dealing with technology for 2 decades now. It's amazing how time flies. But I had a break, so don't worry. It's not that I've been doing absolutely nothing, and that's why it doesn't work. It's just that I had a break. What we are doing now in the European Commission? Well, first of all, you mentioned the Innovation Fund project, so that's the major tool. And I think for me, the projects that are part of the Innovation Fund and also the 10E funding, which is another 6 projects we are funding from the Trans-European Energy Networks program. So these projects form a kernel of what will the CCUS become in Europe. So we are preparing a strategy that feeds in the knowledge of these projects development. So this strategy, we don't call it strategy at this stage. Next year, we will publish a vision document, a CCUS vision document. And this will be a result of a discussion with guys like you, CCUS stakeholders. Sorry, with CCUS stakeholders. And hopefully the paper will be comprehensive. We will take a look at both CCS and CCU. We'll have a look at the medium to long term, how the technology should develop, and we'll tackle all the issues that emerge across the value chain. So capture, transport, and storage. We hope to publish the paper before summer, maybe, or certainly towards the end of next year. Yeah, to tee up your intervention, what I expect the countries to do in the Central European and Eastern region, well, I think first, let's start from the basics. So not all countries implemented the CCS directive properly. So I think that could be a good start. I think that countries should look into what role the CCS and CCU technologies could play in the climate and energy strategies. So that would be a good step to assess that potential, assess that role. And the third, for me, important step would be to assess what part of captured emissions could be stored in these countries and what part have to be exported. So these three steps, I think, for me, would be the key. And of course, enable investment.
Great. Okay. Well, this is a lot of work ahead. Everyone mark your calendars, mid 2023 to end of 2023. The vision paper will be published. But Marco, I think, you know, Chris really teed you up well. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about what does the region need, you know, turning it around. What does the region need from the EU to advance carbon capture? But then maybe also talk a little about Slovenia. I think carbon capture is mentioned, as you write in your report, in industrial strategy, long-term climate strategy, but there is uncertainty over how fast it could be deployed, and also some of those infrastructure questions. The role of CO2 storage is not clear versus not, or are not, we're not able to store CO2 right now. So maybe we'll turn it over to you to address Chris, but also the audience. I hope everyone's getting ready with questions.
I'm sure there'll be loads after this. No, thank you for the kind introduction. I think what Chris mentioned, what Slovenia and what the region needs is keeping CCS, CCUS on the agenda. As I mentioned in the country report, Slovenia, for example, does mention CCS in a number of its strategy documents, the industry strategy, long-term climate strategy, and national energy and climate plan, which is starting its revision this year and then into next year. And I think that's, although CCS is mentioned in these documents, it's not seen as an actual tool. So it's mentioned as per requirements, but it's not really considered, at least from a kind of political perspective, as a viable climate mitigation tool. So to answer the question, what the country would, and I think other countries would need from the Commission and other stakeholders, is really to push CCS within its political context of how important it is. So then our role as the government is to provide assessments of how CCS and CCUS could be advanced, not only from a strategical perspective, so within these documents, but also how to finance pilot and demonstration projects per se. CO2 storage in Slovenia is banned as per our Climate Act. Also, given, as I mentioned in the report, given the large kind of not necessarily public opposition, but kind of skepticism about various climate actions and maybe CCS. Speaking from experience, speaking with NGOs and some other stakeholders, it's very unlikely that CO2 storage will occur in Slovenia. So that's why I think options for storage elsewhere in neighboring countries, or Italy, Croatia, or potentially upward northwards, it's the most viable solution for our country and maybe for neighboring countries as well. So one of the things that we would need from the Commission is really to kind of push forward financing and encouraging development of transport infrastructure and multimodal transport infrastructure. So, you know, ships, trucks, rails, and so forth. I think that's kind of what's going to drive the development of CCS, not only in Slovenia, but neighboring countries as well. And, you know, as you mentioned, I've been in the CCS field for a good 10 years or so. And I've really have slowly started to see the kind of the buildup of the momentum in Slovenia. You know, 10 years ago when I did my first assessment of perception, awareness, and acceptance, it was nobody has even heard of it or had very little knowledge. Now we have, you know, a representative from a cement manufacturer here to speak about their decarbonization plan and about what they would need to develop this technology. And I've held yesterday, before coming to Brussels, I had a kind of a brief call with, you know, an energy facility, a cement manufacturer, chemical processing facility, who are all interested in developing, maybe potentially developing a kind of cluster for CO2 capture and then transport and storage in Slovenia. So from that perspective, the momentum is building up now. It's kind of, momentum and potential without action doesn't really contribute to anything. So now our role, from speaking from the government perspective, will be to try to finance pilot and demonstration projects from our climate fund over the next couple of years.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I think it's really exciting.
Iteration maybe, and the innovation fund, which is growing fast. Already 11 projects are being funded, or we want to fund. Not all of them signed all the papers yet, but 11 projects have been awarded support from the innovation fund, and the next call for proposals is coming in October with another 2 billion euro. So I guess another project will be applying to get funding from that. We are doing 2 infrastructure related studies. One looking at the regulatory environment, what kind of regulations you would need to be applicable to CO2 infrastructure, transport infrastructure, like regulatory oversight, third-party access to storage and transport, etc., etc. We also doing a study looking at where potentially the European intervention would make most sense in terms of funding of CO2 corridors, transport corridors. So this is already something that we are doing. And of course, the CCUS vision that will capture all the issues, I hope, all the issues, problems, and things we have to tackle, we have to resolve, and that is still open to comments and input. So I don't want to project what will be in the paper, because it's a bottom-up approach, and I'm really glad that this was constructed in this way, because everyone has an opportunity to actually provide feedback, and I think that will make the vision paper stronger, and the action points that will be in the vision paper more to the point.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we have multiple questions from the audience, so this is really exciting. So we'll go around and take your questions, and then we'll keep them back to the panelists. Please, when stand up and say your name and affiliation, and yeah, then please ask your questions. I think we have one over here, and then one to the back.
Let's go first.
Yes, so hello, my name is Kamil Laskowski. I'm from Visa Europa, so I will be here in your place in a few minutes. Yeah, I have one question to Chris. Does European Commission plan some amendments to CCS directive or monitoring mechanism regulation? Because the main problem stressed by Polish stakeholders was that European legislation prefers the CO2 transport via pipelines, whereas these initial pilot projects might require conventional transport by road, rivers, or ships. Yeah, so this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the both of you for the initial remarks. I'm Michna Katutsi from APG. We're partner in this project. My question is especially for Chris Balesta, but I guess in a way for both of you. Related to the vision paper, obviously not going to try to ask what's going to be in it, but I'm a bit more curious about the thinking at DG Energy more broadly, and whether you're trying in your work now until you publish the paper to identify what uses of carbon capture will be prioritized, whether there are some guiding principles that you're planning to use for identifying high value uses, or whether you're not going to try to discriminate based on different types of uses. I guess the same sort of question is applicable to Marco Maver as well when it comes to national planning. So how do you try to build a strategy around where CCS should be prioritized, and how do you find out where the value is for such applications? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this engagement. So Chris, we'll turn it over to you, and then we'll go to you, Marco. So 2 questions for you. What's the thinking in terms of sector prioritization? Is the Commission going to prioritize sectors? And if how, then, and then of course, are there plans to make changes or amendments to the CCS directive? Over to you.
Thanks. And I see that this project is self-sustainable, all the members of the project asking questions. So yes, directive. We are looking into the directive because it's as old as my involvement in the field, but it's too early to say whether it will be changed. I think that we did a good thing starting the experts group that consists of representatives of member states. And if I were a Polish company, I would encourage them to go to the government and say, could you send someone please to the group? Because last time around, there was no one. So I think that would be a good start. But as I say, it's too early to say that the text will be changed. It will be looked at, that's for sure. And we started that process already. Priorities of CO2 use. Well, I think it's as a lot of complexity to this question. Certainly, you have we bundled the notion into CCUS, which is really a CCS and CCU. So I think that the vision paper will actually define what is what to an extent that will be possible, because if you read the Sustainable Cycles communication, certain elements are still unknown. So maybe in the vision, we will also discover that some issues in the CCUS domain are yet to be discovered, or we need to work on them more. But certainly you have capture, which is agnostic. You have transport that is agnostic in terms of what sources of CO2 it takes. But the last bit, so you have either permanent storage, geological storage, or storage in products, and then use, which is today defined as use, another use. So that last bit will be very difficult to actually discuss and define and put into boxes, because we don't know everything. But certainly we will have a go at putting everything in order.
Great, thank you. And then let's go over to you, Marco. What are some of the priority sectors you see? But also, I wanted to pick up a thread that you started earlier about perceptions. You've been working on perception stakeholder engagement for a long time. What we've heard, we need more awareness. What can this room do to raise awareness for these technologies? What can everyone here help? And then also, what do you think needs to be done to, in general, just create trust in the technologies as decarbonization options?
That's just to kind of to answer the first question about priorities for CO2 use, we're not there yet as a country. So I think waiting for guidance from the Commission is going to be important. So obviously, in terms of current CCS developments, the cement sector is kind of the leading sector for us at the moment. But as I said, as Chris said, we'll kind of wait for the vision paper and further guidance, and then make any kinds of priorities in terms of financing later on. And to second question about awareness and regaining trust, obviously the situation is different in, depends on which country you're talking about, but in Slovenia we have a history of, I guess, I don't want to go as far as saying mistrusting governments, but the problem where we haven't had a stable government in quite some time. So anytime there is a change in governments and change in priorities and policies, that creates a level of mistrust, not only from the general population, but also from the industry sector, let's say the Chamber of Commerce and so on. And that creates a level of hesitancy in terms of making the investment. So I think key, as I'm sure we'll hear later on from the industry sector, and people who are willing to make these kinds of investments are looking for some type of certainty. So whether that's financial or policy as well. So our role from the government is to kind of create that level of certainty, to continue the dialogues, not only with the industry representatives themselves, but also with the NGOs, with the wider civil society, within the political sectors. And that's kind of one of the recommendations within the Slovenian country report, is also to advocate with political parties who are, members are on various committees within the state's assembly, and which is going to ultimately determine whether some things get financed or policies get accepted. And which I guess what each of people here in this room can do is just talk about CCS with their friends, and also maybe address letters to their MEPs, their actual government representatives in their home countries, just to kind of keep that momentum and CCS on the agenda.
Great, perfect. How are we doing on time? Can we go a little bit? Okay. Okay. So we have one more question from the audience. Okay, thank you.
Vladislav Tanasov, representative of industry, OMV Petrom. So my question is, I think, to both gentlemen, but rather to the EU representative. Talking about potential of storage, and then we heard also about that it should be kind of equally distributed regionally. What about countries where the storage potential probably is of limited availability, and then we have to look also in a kind of active oil and gas fields, where actually we can use technology like enhanced hydrocarbon recovery for storage for CO2 permanent storage. How the EU Commission and the directives see this kind of a transition? Because yes, it is kind of in the hydrocarbon legislation, EGR is described there, but it touches base in terms of environment with the CCS legislation. And we believe that actually there should be a kind of a very good process in place, actually how these transitions comes across in order to be able to claim these CO2 emissions that are kind of used in this technology as a permanent storage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question. So CO2 storage, the different ways of storing CO2, how do we envision this going forward? Perhaps question to both of you. And then maybe you can also elaborate on the role that you see for CO2 transport infrastructure and enabling that CO2 storage. Who would like to start?
Yeah, well, I think thanks. Of course, there are countries that are landlocked and have no opportunity to send CO2 for offshore storage, which is easier, more expensive, but easier, because no public acceptance issues are associated with it. But there are countries that are already looking into addressing these problems. For example, Germany, Switzerland, they are actively looking for building infrastructure to send CO2 into the North Sea. So I think that's the option one. Some countries are looking into developing small onshore storage. In terms of enhanced oil recovery, enhanced gas recovery, today you will not be able to claim any European money for that, because the investment will, you have to demonstrate that you're not stimulating fossil fuels, and that will be difficult with EOR.
It's not about EU money, it's about the CO2 reduction, whether you are able to claim it.
If you have your own money, I think that's possible.
It needs a bit to be regulated. in my opinion.
I will come back to you on that, because I think that could be a problem under the CCS directive. But yeah,
That's exactly what I mentioned.
yeah, I'll have a look.
And the environment.
So for Slovenia, I've mentioned like CO2 storage is not allowed as per the Environment Act, and even all like our store assessment capacities, I think, are around like 94 million tons, but that's just theoretical. So there hasn't been any kind of further geological research for CO2 storage done since 2008, 2009. So that's when I mentioned before, you know, as per public opposition and acceptance, we're just going to transport all the CO2 elsewhere. It doesn't preclude that maybe later on storage sites could develop if actual storage capacities were found. So that's why we need to also kind of support maybe further geological assessments in Slovenia for potential onshore storage. So, but just in terms of getting the CCS development and transport infrastructure developed, it's more keen to focus at this point to transporting CO2 elsewhere, whether that's Italy, Croatia, or somewhere else.
Perfect. Thank you. And
Sorry.
yes.
Staying till the end of the conference, my colleague from DG Klima, Daniel Kicha, will be here. And if you could ask him the same question, I think that's the immediate.
I can ask everyone.
Great. So we will take this conversation until after. Please, yeah. If you have any more questions, our panelists will be around. But one final question. I know we're at time, but I have. If you had to put 3 words, what you need from this community of industry and stakeholders as governments, what they can do to, or what do you think they should be doing to advance carbon capture and storage? Rapid fire, what would it be?
Communication, awareness raising. Dialogue.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. This is an amazing panel. I just want to restate, MEP Bushra opened the panel with saying that it's virtually impossible to achieve climate goals without carbon capture and storage. We've heard from European Commission. What European Commission or DG Energy needs from the states in the region is to implement CCS directive to better explain what role carbon capture and storage can play in national decarbonization strategies, and actually clarification which countries can store CO2, what are the options for infrastructure, a bigger vision for shared CO2 infrastructure to decarbonize industries. As Nora said earlier, pollution crosses borders, but pollution is in all countries and we need shared infrastructure. And then from Marco, we heard keeping carbon capture on the agenda, talk to your friends, talk to your representatives in Parliament. Financing policy, clearer policy option to finance capture and transport and storage, and then awareness raising. Mark your calendars, 2023, we will see the vision paper from European Commission for a holistic strategy to deploy carbon capture and storage. And we're looking forward to the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
So we've gone a bit over time, but I think that was really worthwhile. So thanks again for the panel. And now on to the next session. I'm really glad to welcome our project partners, people who have done an amazing job researching and promoting CCS in Central and Eastern Europe. And they will now share with us their findings from the work they have done so far during the project. So I'd like to welcome Ervinas Škikunas, who will moderate the debate. You guys can already maybe take a seat behind this desk. Another panelist as well. So Ervinas is associate partner in management consultancy Civita. He has worked on national company strategies, business modeling of energy assets, and other topics across the value chain in the area of energy and climate change. Ervinas has also led our project's work in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Ukraine. We have Luciana Miu. Luciana is the head of clean economy at Energy Policy Group, Bucharest-based think tank. She holds a master's degree in sustainable energy systems and a PhD in energy efficiency in residential buildings. Before joining EPG, Luciana worked for the UK Parliament and the British government, as well as a consultant for Climate Kick and the City Hall of London. And she has led the project's work in Romania and Hungary. Michal Hruby, research fellow at the Institute for European Integration and European Institute for European Policy. His work focuses on green economics, decarbonization of heavy industries and transport. He holds a master's degree in economics from the Skoda Auto University, is currently pursuing a master's degree in mineral raw materials at the VSB Technical University of Ostrava. And Michal has led our work in Czechia and Slovakia. And finally, Kamil Laskowski from Visa Europa, a Warsaw-based think tank, the lead partner in the CCS for CE project. Kamil is an aspiring lawyer and economist. He studies at the College of Interdisciplinary Individual Studies in Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Warsaw. Formerly working at Esperis, a leading energy consulting firm and in Poland. And he's been working on the project research covering Poland, and he's now working on the project's recommendations for regional CCS cooperation initiatives. So I'm particularly happy to see these guys here because it's been almost 2 years and we've been working together, never really met in person. So this is really the first time. Except for Michal, whom I met in Prague the other day. So yeah, Ervinas, over to you. And please don't forget to use the hashtag CCS for CE. And for the panelists and the moderator, please don't forget to use to switch on the microphones when you speak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Michal. So the microphone is on, right? Cool. Yeah, so we've been thinking about carbon capture and storage recently, as you might know, in various countries. And we've been doing that in a, let's say, in a structured manner. And the structure is represented in this panel. So WISE Europe is overall responsible for the project and will tell us about the overall things in the region. We have Luciana here who will talk about the context of what's happened. And we have Michal, the other Michal, who will tell us about the roadmap. So basically what various countries proposed as sensible options going forward. Yeah, and we've done quite a few things. We've read a lot. We've talked to many stakeholders, and I would say in some countries we've talked to all of the stakeholders, which does not necessarily reflect the foreignness of our work, rather than the stakeholders are quite few. Yeah, but anyway, let's start with the context. So we've started our work with a context, and Luciana was responsible for aggregating all of the countries and producing some insights. And let's start with the beginning. So can you please just briefly walk through what you did?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And hello, everyone. It's really great to be here. So as Ervinas and Michal were mentioning, we at EPG led the very first package of work of this project, which was assessing where are we starting from? What's the current state of CCS in the 11 partner countries that we're looking at? And the way that we did this is that we obviously had sort of national experts working in each of the 11 countries, producing these wonderful reports that take us through, firstly, what is the status of emissions that are potentially relevant for carbon capture? What is the storage potential, onshore, offshore, and saline aquifers, depleted reservoirs? Thirdly, and very importantly, what is the experience with CCS in these countries? We tend to find that it's pretty sparse compared to other regions of Europe, but there are still some notable attempts at demonstration projects and quite a bit of research in the region. And fourthly, and I would say most importantly, what is the regulatory framework? What is the legislative background to CCS in these countries? So we ended up with sort of 11 national international reports. These were produced based on desk research from our partners, but also stakeholder engagements, interviews, workshops, and seminars with some of the most relevant actors for CCS in the countries. We at EPG then pulled all these reports together, and we've created a summary report, which is quite long and comprehensive. It's also available on the project website. And for those of you who don't have time to go through 100 pages of CCS, there's also an executive summary that is more accessible. So in brief, that is what we did. And I think what we ended up with was a really good picture of where we stand on CCS in these countries. It does vary across the 11 countries, but there are some very common challenges and opportunities that then we can use to build up the roadmaps that Michal and his team worked on in Work Package 4.
So having done that, so what is your impression about potential of CCS technologies deployment?
Absolutely. So I think that for some countries and some sectors, CCS emerges as a strategic choice, not necessarily as a means to an end, but as part of a wider industrial decarbonization portfolio. So the fact that in the region, we've got a significant contribution of industry, particularly manufacturing, so we're thinking about cement, chemicals, steel, to the national economies, means that there is definitely potential for CCS to become a strategic option for these industries to reduce their emissions. When we talk about potential, we also need to think about where you store CO2. And this is a really interesting debate because there is a lot of variation in terms of what storage you can actually do in the 11 countries and whether it's allowed or not. We've heard from Marco that in countries like Slovenia, there's an outright ban on CO2 storage. So it's going to be really interesting to come to Camille later on to think about how a regional approach to CCS is going to overcome these barriers. But I'd say overall, the findings from Work Package 3 were that among stakeholders as well, there's sort of a cautious optimism about CCS. There's a lot more work that needs to be done to enable it, but stakeholders definitely see CCS as a valuable option for decarbonization to investigate. Like I was saying earlier, the potential does vary between countries, and some countries will have a better starting position than other ones. This has to do with whether they have sufficient emitters with relevant emissions that are sort of relevant for carbon capture, their storage potential, but also I really want to stress here the importance of experience with CCS. So compared to Northern and Western Europe, we've had very few demonstration projects. We've had a lot of research. Countries in the CE region have been quite active in European research projects on CCS, but when it comes to actually implementing, going to demonstration stage and then commercializing, that's where CE has a long way to go in terms of building out CCS. And I would stress just to end here that it's not just about having experience with CCS, it's about how that experience is carried forward in terms of institutional memory, if you will. So we've got an example in Romania with our only attempt at a CCS project then being withdrawn, primarily because the government support that was originally behind it becoming a demonstrator was withdrawn. So I would say that it's not just about the experience that we build and the knowledge that we exchange, it's about how this knowledge is carried forward across the long lead times of CCS and whether the institutions sort of stick with it when it comes to strategy.
Yeah, you mentioned that the starting position can be different, and I guess this is probably true. Some countries more or less have policies of let's not do anything, let's ban everything, and some countries say, okay, maybe let's do something. But would you see any differences within those groups as well?
Within the groups of we want to ban CO2
yeah, from the 11 or 12 countries that would be.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of criteria that you can use to differentiate the starting position. So the first one is, do we have enough emitters to make this worthwhile to build a business case? Where does, again, to stress here, CCS is an industrial decarbonization option. It's not a silver bullet. And one of the things that we really need to think about as a region is where is CCS going to be the most valuable? And in some countries, it might just not be an option. The other thing is obviously storage potential. I know Estonia has negligible storage potential, for example. So we're not just talking about CO2 storage, we're talking about potential transborder CO2 transport and a regional project. I think beyond these differences, though, it's important to focus on the common challenges and opportunities. And I would say that within the work package that we led, one of the big common challenges that we found was whether regulatory frameworks are fit for purpose in these countries. And the broad answer from stakeholders was no. And linked to that, the financial frameworks that are needed to incentivize CCS projects really build out a very complex value chain were also absent. And I think it's really important to look at the common challenges and opportunities as well as the differences, because as a region, we might find that we need to overcome basically the same challenge, and we can learn from each other how to do that.
And what would be the challenges in particular?
Well, like I said, regulatory frameworks and financial frameworks were the biggest ones that were identified by stakeholders. The transport infrastructure or absence thereof, both transport and storage are also huge challenges. And I think somebody was mentioning earlier that one of the things that stakeholders brought to us was lack of clarity from the EU and the need for more, possibly a bit, I don't want to say more of a heavy-handed approach, but a more firm approach on what countries should be doing on CCS. And you know, that's definitely true. I just want to reflect a little bit on Romania here in terms of the ideal situation for us would be to have a CCS strategy and to have CCS really part of and significantly part of the Romania's major industrial decarbonization strategies. But in the absence of an incentive to put forward a holistic strategy where CCS is treated as part of our wider industrial decarbonization, we may have to go with modifications to certain key pieces of the legislation to actually enable it. And with that, we risk losing the holistic approach to industrial decarbonization that we really need.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and I also see that in the Baltic states, so that we are, let's say, looking at decarbonization, but not all of the menu, let's say just some menu. Great. So maybe let's then move, since you already touched on the regulations and other things, to Michal. And what would you say are the main challenges? Or let's maybe start from the most interesting part. So what are any low-hanging fruits of, you know, what can we do like this year, next year in various countries?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you to all of you actually attending this event. And yeah, so I would start that at the European, we were responsible for this work package and coming up with the concept of the roadmaps together with Michal from Bellona. And actually, this was one of the first thoughts that we had. What can we achieve during the project? What could be done in those months and the upcoming year? And as we had all the discussions with the stakeholders and we held different workshops, we actually came across the fact that the knowledge and the experience with CCS is really very dispersed between all the stakeholders. And actually there is quite lack of communication between all those bodies responsible for some part of the CCS potential projects. So that's also what you will find in the roadmaps as one of the main points, actually, to come up with some form of platforms, be it knowledge platforms or advocacy platforms that would be able to both at national and of course joining international platforms, being able to really get this knowledge at some one spot where the stakeholders can actually use it, and that also goes into government cooperation, because as an example from Czechia, there are actually 4 different ministries that would be responsible for some part of decision making about CCS, and there is not that much of communication between those ministries. And this is all that would be really great to solve through some interministerial cooperation with the platform, and just really be able to gather those people that know and have the experience about CCS, to get them actually in one room and have them speak together for the first time in most countries, I would say.
I guess that validates the previous panel where Chris and Marco was talking about similar issues.
Exactly. Yes. And of course, there are like from the like no regret steps, there are many other points that could be actually touched upon, as it was mentioned, like the actually the transposed acts of CCS directive are not really complete in many countries. There are some, so to say, many little things that could be still amended. Like I'm not a lawyer, I'll always get a bit mixed up with talking about different amendments and so on. But of course, for countries, especially looking at the signatories of London Protocol, looking at the Article 6 amendment ratification, looking at the transboundary issues, that's really one of the main points to tackle. But of course, in landlocked countries, as we also cover many of them, it's specifically very important to look at what are the different obstacles when it comes to the use of underground structures, because although CO2 storage might be actually permitted in those countries, still there are other uses of the underground structure that take precedence. They take priority over CO2 storage, and that's why then the ministries don't even consider CO2 storage as a viable option.
So what would you say the key levers would be for which you can, let's say, increase uptake of CCS, or at least introduce it into the public discourse?
Yeah, I would say that especially when it comes to those projects that we see now in finance through Innovation Fund and so on, these are of course large-scale projects which are both capex intensive, and also they really demand a lot of knowledge and background of those companies. But we see that there are also in our countries, which are quite small, there is also a lot of, so to say, small scale potential projects that could be started and initiated when it comes to capture, at least the capture technologies, and then of course building up a bit more of the knowledge and maybe even bringing down the cost. So not focusing only on large scale projects, and when it comes to the scale of the projects that we see in the North Sea, of course, in the countries as Czechia or Slovakia or Hungary, there is potential for many small scale projects, which could actually bring some more attention even to those countries. And not only looking, of course, at the examples of North Sea, but also looking at the ways how to use the knowledge that we have with, for example, depleted oil and gas fields, and with the local drilling companies.
Great. So what would you say would be some of the interesting or notable examples of things that you found in the roadmaps? And we have a lot of roadmaps actually that would be interesting to our audience here as well.
Yeah, actually we have so many roadmaps. I have to write down the interesting facts down on the list because I would not remember all of them. But maybe starting from what I know from the personal experience from Czechia and Slovakia. Interesting, of course, fact is that not really many people know about the storage potential in such small countries. But when we look at the ratio of what are the heavy industry emissions and what is the conservative estimate for storage capacity, we would be able to store, let's say, 50 years of those emissions if we had the possibility to invest more into exploration of aquifers, because of course we have depleted oil and gas fields, but of course the capacity is limited and the aquifers offer much more of potential into the future. But of course that would also need more attention into these so to say like small scale projects, but actually for such countries it would be very valuable. Then when we look at other countries, as it was mentioned before from Marco and example of Slovenia, or looking into Croatia, there are again like quite small countries which don't need that much of large infrastructure projects. There is a lot of hydrocarbon processes going on already, and those countries, of course, could have quite good position when it comes to creating some sort of potential clusters. But of course, when we look at cement and lime, usually these are quite separated from the whole infrastructure, and that also needs much more attention, because even in other countries, cement and lime seem now to really be progressing at the fastest pace. And otherwise, there is a lot of things coming from different countries. For example, in as we heard from Romania, and then the obstacles with the previous Getica projects, there is just the need of the government to actually really look at some, like, so to say, trilateral cooperation between those responsible for energy, economics, and environment, to actually really speak about CCS and to actually give some floor to CCS when it comes to the national strategies. And other examples, of course, when we look in Poland, and also very close to the borders with Slovakia and Czechia, a potential of storage in Upper Silesia, but of course the onshore storage is actually not permitted yet. So there is a lot of these obstacles which would actually in these areas enable a very good area or the possibility for clustering. And then looking at other countries, as for example in Hungary, there are things like mining of high pressure CO2, which is actually not under ETS, and such a CO2 is of course inexpensive compared to CO2 that we could get from different capture projects, and then of course use it in the way that has so far not been really guided, but of course we will get some more guidance on CCU technologies. So there's just a lot of these small things which could actually be implemented. And then going back to Estonia and the example of the issue of the transponder transport and those obstacles which are of course now being tackled at the level of European Commission.
Well, I guess we will have several. Discussion is what we need to do, which in other words, that knowledge dissemination and public acceptance seems to be rather important here. Maybe you have some ideas, or maybe some of the reports has had some of the ideas of what are the key actions in that regard.
Hello again. It's fantastic to see you in person here. As far as this cooperation is concerned, I must admit that our regional cooperation in the field of CO2 transport and infrastructure related cooperation is the most promising field of cooperation, because as our region already proved, we have some experience in building common natural gas infrastructure. And I refer to projects of common interest realized within the EU funding and natural gas interconnectors built by Poland and Lithuania, Poland and Slovakia, and other natural gas interconnectors which are being planned between Hungary and Romania, for example. And I think that this experience we can build upon if we want to develop regional infrastructure, CO2 pipeline transport infrastructure in our region, especially since natural gas transportation system operators in April this year, 2022, concluded an agreement on joint investigating the prospects for CO2 transport. So I think that this will be a good platform to discuss and develop future cooperation in this field. But I would also build on some experiences which are from outside our region. For example, the experience from Nordic states. Sweden and Norway, for example, concluded an agreement or signed a letter of intent to conclude an agreement on CO2 export from Sweden to Norway on April this year. But this agreement was preceded by many policies being implemented in both countries. So I want to stress that regional cooperation is not something that can be made from the top, but this like a bottom-up thing. So firstly, there must be national commitments, a pressure from industries, policies and finance scheme passed on in the parliament or in the government, and then the nations are forced to cooperate. So firstly, as Marco remarked, I would also say that this communication on the national level, spreading news on CCS, is the most important thing we can do at this stage of the development.
And I would also say that this applies to intra-country cooperation, because in one of the seminars, the participants noticed that all of them, and actually, at least in the Baltic states, all of the major stakeholders, let's say that they gather this information and they think what to do, where to transport CO2, how to capture it, but they do at least have done that independently, like not talking to others. And then they were brought into the same virtual room and they like, okay, probably we're speaking about the same ideas, and they are now to some extent cooperating. And it would be good to also achieve that somehow on the international level as well. Not necessarily within the countries that our project covers, but let's say any interested European Union countries. Great. Well, maybe if we turn back to Michal again, still about the public acceptance stuff. So between the countries or among the countries, so we know something, but what else? What else is there in the roadmaps?
Yeah, going back to the knowledge dissemination and public acceptance, it's true that we know, for example, when we look at all the aspects of Green Deal, that in general still in those countries the knowledge, the idea what is really behind Green Deal is not actually that widespread. I would say that there is still a lot of very basic information that is being just very skewed and maybe not understood really well. So in general, CCS cannot be communicated without some wider framework of the Green Deal and actually why to do it. And the other thing is, of course, that if we talk about some specific knowledge about CCS and CCU, and it was mentioned by Chris that it's just all those acronyms used around, and actually people just don't know what to imagine behind it. So there should be more of communication, and that's why the platform for us is so important in the roadmaps to create at the national level. Although, as we know that we have, for example, here zero emissions platform, we have CCU asset plan and all those initiatives that actually work on the international cooperation. On the national level, the ministries or the stakeholders are not really involved that deeply in those conversations. So that's what we also want them to achieve, to actually just be present at all the meetings, have a look at what is going on in those international initiatives, and then being able, of course, to come back into the national level and speak about it publicly. And of course, as we know that we look always for the reports of IPCC or IEA, we know that the CCS has its place, but it's still not very well translated into the national decision making.
So this is what we did. Are there any burning questions right now that you would like to ask? It can be also the project team, but can also be not the project team. It can be online, I guess, as well. Great. The panelists will be, unless.
My question would be about similarities between different countries and the findings and recommendation. Was there any key similarity in terms of actual policy recommendations that was for CCS development?
Yeah, I would say that especially when we look at the different fiscal policies and different way of, for example, how to recycle the revenues from EU ETS. It's just, of course, we know that there is many obstacles around CCS and really implementing the projects. Finance is one of the major obstacles, and when we look at the way that it could be supported, mostly we see that we have in our countries quite good support for research and development, but we miss the support, the financial support for pre-feasibility and feasibility studies. Once we would get there, that the fiscal policies would be set in a way to support this stage, to actually really get to the point that some project would be ready then for, let's say, really materializing it. It would be the first and probably one of the most important recommendations that would come from the stakeholders.
Yes.
Earlier, one of the things that Slovenia is planning on doing we're looking to revise our climate fund, which funds probably for mitigation adaptation projects, to also secure funding for both for research and development, so for actual CapEx for infrastructure projects, and also, as you just mentioned, feasibility and pre-feasibility studies. And that's going to be early in the next year, so in kind of push from Europe going that sort will certainly help when it comes to getting the revision passed.
Thanks a lot. So I guess we can take two questions. So there is the gentleman in the fifth row and gentleman in the second, and then we'll answer both. Oh, it's there.
Good morning, Bruno Geritz, Global CCS Institute. I'd like to ask you a little bit more detail on the question of public acceptance in your countries. In Western Europe, there's a history of people being reluctant, not in my backyard, that kind of behavior. I'd like to ask if from the side of ENGOs and unions and general, I understand there's perhaps an aspect of less, CCS being less known, although in large parts of Western Europe, I suspect it's not that well known either. But what is the general view of ENGOs, unions? Does the just transition come into play there in Eastern Europe?
Okay, so we've heard that question, and maybe just to conserve time, we have a question. So you'll take that one, right?
Thanks for this panel discussion. It was very interesting to me and to look at all these young faces and your findings. And I relate a lot to everything that I have heard from you. Now, being industry and we are very action oriented, my question is, what you see in 3 years, if we are sitting here, that has been achieved? 3 years from now, exactly here, achieved based on all the theoretical things and consideration being set. Thank you.
Well, I guess in 3 years, it will be cool to have pilot projects and some CO2 shipped, I guess, first to the North Sea in some countries or, somewhere else. And in many countries, it would be good to maybe have some steps towards at least discussion about CO2, because now in some countries, you can't even experiment to like a meaningful degree on how to transport it, how to store it. So I would say maybe relaxing in some tactical places the legislation would be good. And there are some countries that may benefit of that. Yeah, and actually do these pilot projects that are planned. Something, but that's for me. Colleagues, do you have to add something?
Yeah, I would really echo that in terms of in a couple of years, we would be together with more practical experience to actually share with each other, more demonstrator projects, more pilot projects happening in Central and Eastern Europe, an attempt at cultivating or at least investigating the potential for transporter CO2 transport. So we have memorandums of understanding between some countries in the CEE about investigating the potential for cross-border CO2 transport networks. It would be really interesting to hear about the outcome of that. But I just wanted to sort of stress that 3 years might seem like a very short time, but things can really ramp up. And I've seen CCS just gain so much momentum in Europe and in our region that in a couple of years, I'm not just hopeful, I'm confident that we're going to meet again and we're going to share the pilot project in Romania and the demonstrator project in the Czech Republic and how those are going and what the outcome is. Yes. Maybe I'm very optimistic because, young face, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I should remind you that this conversation is probably recorded, so we will check.
I stand by it. I absolutely stand by it.
Yes. Okay, and lastly, please, public acceptance.
Yeah. So to the first question, to the question of NGOs and public acceptance, I will be honest. I think that when it comes to NGOs and the communication between them and the government, not many NGOs today are actually really willing to deep dive into CCS, because it's just very polarizing still for a lot of people. Because I think it's the same as with the even, for example, topic of hydrogen, and you hear every day a lot of messages about why is it good and why is it bad, and it's just it just get mixed up pretty easily. So, for example, in Czechia, I would say that not many NGOs are actually willing to cover topic of CCS because it's just problematic for them, and they could be also afraid about the different discussions about, again, like going back to the things like, okay, is it safe? Is it not? What about the leakage and so on? Is it greenwashing or not? And I think that these discussions are actually still very present. So that's why even the communication with the government between NGOs and government is not very easy. And that's why I also refer to those bodies as IPCC and others, which actually should be those that we look up for some research results and that we want to take back on the national level and spread. So I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this communication, and actually really showing that it is part of all the decarbonization technologies. It's of course not the only solution that will save us, but it is an option that we really have to explore in depth. And that's why I would like, of course, more NGOs to be included in these discussions, and to really not a priori thinking that it could be greenwashing, let's not touch upon it. So this is just what I see, and I think it should be done even from our side to work on this.
Thanks. Sorry, I just wanted to come in with just to echo that in work package 3, we found that pretty much across the board, NGOs were the most difficult stakeholder group to engage with CCS, simply because many did not have an opinion on it. The only NGO that we managed to meaningfully engage on CCS in Romania, they were anti-CCUS for energy production, and because of fossil fuel lock-in, they did not actually have a position on CCS for hard-to-abate or process emissions, which we found quite interesting. And I think that was reflected in other partner countries as well. Just the level of coverage and interest in CCS is comparatively low compared to other stakeholder groups, which is hopefully something that we can rectify, bring more NGOs into the discussion. I just wanted to end with, the 3 years from now question. Like, one other thing that I'm confident that we're going to see is more work done in terms of the assessment of storage potential, because right now we're working with quite high level theoretical estimates of national storage potential. And I think that's one area where we definitely need more work to refine these estimates and actually pinpoint where CO2 is going to be stored in the region.
Yeah, and if I may make some final remarks on these 2 questions, as Michał and Luciana said, for example, in Poland, we say Europa, we are the only NGO which is seriously engaged in the issue of CCS, I suppose. And when CCS was to be implemented in Poland in the former decade, at the beginning of 2011, 2020, 2012 and 2013, there was strong opposition from the local people, and even there were think tanks and NGOs which were strongly opposed to this technology and were making a campaign aimed at discouraging people from approval of CCS. So this is a serious problem, and as WISE in Poland, we try to solve it, of course, and I hope we will succeed. And I also want to say what I expect to happen in the next 3 years. Yeah, I agree totally with Luciana that we finally have to have final estimates of geological underground storage potential, because without this knowledge, we cannot make any plans for the future, and we don't know exactly where the cooperation is needed in terms of the infrastructure, shared storage sites, etc. And I believe that within these 3 years, we can also lift all the regulatory barriers which seem simply to be lifted, because it only requires some effort from the legislative bodies, and which don't require much effort. So yeah, I believe that our region within these 3 years should harmonize regional legislation and act in the international fora to abolish the barriers in the international law, for example, within the London Protocol, etc. Okay.
And the very last remark from Michał.
Yeah, thank you. No, very last. I want to stay on the pragmatic level, and for example, in Czechia, it would be really great if in those 3 years, because we have some ongoing projects regarding preparation of depleted oil and gas fields. So actually in 3 years, it would be really great that the general environment, the political and NGO environment would be just better prepared to actually support some pilot project that could then start, 2024, 2025, to actually be able to see how it works and we would see also the support from the government and not only waiting what the private sector will do about it.
We will be moving on with the last part, which is more or less tracking and communicating with stakeholders what's happening. So we'll have more updates on that. And if you want to see what's happening, so we have this hashtag, which is really convenient for finding, all of the reports, because some of you do ask. This is hashtag CCS for as a number CEE. Hashtag CCS for CCE. And yeah, I would like to thank all of the panelists who will be available, I think, pretty long today. So if you want to chat, yeah, just come by. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. I think we're ready for a coffee break, which will be served next door. And there was one question from the chat, but I'll park it. It was about the London Protocol, but I think Daniel maybe could address that, because Daniel from DG Klima. I'll remind you that during the session after lunch. Okay, thank you. So welcome back. I hope you had a good break. I'm ready for the next session. So this is the CCS for CE conference, building momentum for CCS deployment in Central and Eastern Europe. So we now have 3 amazing speakers, current and future champions of CCS, people that are actually poised to make CCS a reality in Central and Eastern Europe. And so welcome Jan Toilen, Maciej Malicki, and Tomasz Wuk. We will start with Jan. Jan graduated as mechanical engineer. He joined the cement industry in 1992 as project manager. And he then helped expand industry projects in Europe, Turkey, China, Indonesia, and Morocco. In his current position, he leads Heidelberg Cement's engagement in carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Having successfully launched proven and innovative carbon capture demonstration projects such as Lilac and Oxyfuel, he developed further the business cases of various CO2 uses and CO2 sequestration opportunities, helping Heidelberg Cement in building a pragmatic path to realize carbon neutrality. So, Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to be here in this audience, because after COVID, it's nice to be really live, but we have also many people in via the streaming. Also, some of my colleagues from countries, they have no time to travel because they are working on CCS projects. So then I'm here to talk a bit to you on Heidelberg Cement engagement. I would like to start with the question which was raised by Vladislav on what is to be realized in 3 years. I was a bit surprised having the young people here that they did not answer at least 8 large-scale CCS projects approved and budget arranged in 3 years. I would say that's the ambition we should have. There are already 2 projects in that stage, and I think 3 more years should be at least 8 large projects. So, but okay, let's see what we can contribute as Heidelberg Cement to that ambition. First of all, a little bit on concrete. Concrete is, after water, the second man-made used product, I would say, commodity worldwide. So after water, we are using concrete a lot, everywhere. And that's because it's a fantastic building material. We should not forget that. But and not only in Europe, like this building, but also in the countries that we are discussing. This is a nice bridge in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's difficult to imagine to build that in wood. So, but it's not only about the product. It's the production of cement is definitely, I would say, carbon intensive. And you see the countries that we talk here today and what is our presence there. In total, we have 11 plants in the CEE countries, and with 7.5 million tons of CO2 emission at this point in time. And that will be zero by 2050, the latest, because that's the group ambition. But definitely Europe shall be way faster than the average of a global group. And that means we have to hurry up because developing a project needs a lot of years, and we can't waste the time now. We have an in-between target. So 2050 is very far. So we have now a target 2030 to reach 400 kilograms of CO2 per ton of cementitious material. That is a very ambitious level. And we are coming from 750 in 1990. And CCUS has to give a very big push to reach that target. And it's my pleasure to drive that inside Heidelberg Cement to get that done. Process emissions is all about process emissions. I think most of you will know. We have 2/3 of our CO2 emission is from the limestone and 1/3 from fuels. But if you would replace the fuels, which we have in many cases, by alternative fuels with a high biogenic content, and you capture all the CO2 or 95% of CO2, clinker production will become carbon negative. And that is also to balance areas maybe in some parts of the world where it will be more difficult to become carbon neutral, that the group overall can reach carbon neutrality. This is our portfolio. Let me say our portfolio in the public domain. We see activities in North America. Maybe you have seen a press release last week where we announced our project in Mitchell, Indiana. It's the largest project that we have now with 2 million tons CO2 capture and to be stored onshore nearby in Salan Aquifer. So that's the latest step. But of course, we have our projects in Canada. We have our project in the UK, in Norway and Sweden. Our Norwegian project is the one which is really in construction. It will deliver the CO2 to the Northern Lights project. So it's our engine, our catalyzer of all the activities we have. But then when we see, and then we are working on technology development in Belgium and Germany. And then Eastern Europe, we have 3 projects, where one of them I will concentrate on a bit today. That is in Bulgaria, in Devnya, where we were also rewarded EU Innovation Fund money. At least we are selected, and we are now trying to get the contract signed with Sinea to start quickly on the project, because our ambition is to start the first CO2 injection in 2028. Good. It's all about money in a company like ours. So for us, it was very important when we had our Capital Market Day in May this year, which you can find the full recording on YouTube. I've put the link there. And this was the most important slide. This is our CFO explaining how we will invest until 2030 to reach our target. Our target is 10 million ton of CCUS cumulative till 2030. And in order to do that, we have lined up 7 large CCUS projects, and we have secured 1.5 billion euro budget to realize those projects, counting roughly on 50% funding in average, is depending country by country. So the total portfolio is then 3 billion in investment, and we are organizing ourselves for this, right? In terms of getting the teams on track, having the locations developed, etc. You see that in the beginning it's mainly Brevik, and then you see a certain peak in. But of course, this peak will not come down, because we will deliver new projects which are not yet on this list. And because, you know, if you want to reach carbon neutrality, it's not that we can stop after these 7 projects, obviously. So looking then a little bit into Eastern Europe. Okay, it's clear that in Western Europe, everything is driven by the oil and gas industry, mainly by offshore storages, by the developments around Norway, around UK, around Netherlands, with the big oil companies pushing that agenda. But we are not only active there. We are very active in Eastern Europe, as I showed you. And this is why we looked into this map. Where is onshore storage or offshore storage in Eastern Europe achievable? And as it was not too much developed by the big oil giants, we started ourselves to engage with geological service, with local oil and gas companies to get projects shaped, because we can have big policies, but we need projects ultimately. And this is, I think, what the role is of industry to get projects on track. I think also a lot of debate is there, and it's a pity that Chris disappeared. So he has to look at it in the stream, and Vincent, otherwise you have to remind him a second time. Huh? So it's not only about clusters. So if you want to develop a cluster, it takes you 5 years to make a consortium of the people that they agree what should be the objective of the cluster. Then it takes 1 year to have the signature under the contract. And then you start to discuss how much CO2 do we take in this direction or that direction. If you go single source, single sink, you have one industry, you have one other partner from an oil and gas industry, you join hands, it goes much faster. And then what you then learn and what the system will learn can then help to unlock in the country next projects, which maybe are clusters or mini clusters or small collaborations, doesn't matter. But a one-to-one relation can really accelerate things. And that is what we have figured out, and this is what we have proven to do. This map here is Poland, with the red dots being the emission points and the blue area being more or less sequestration potential in saline aquifer. And it was mentioned before, there's a lot of potential in Poland. If we look to, this is our cement plant in Gorazde, the biggest cement plant of Heidelberg Cement in Europe, with an emission of around 3 million tons of CO2, with an alternative fuel rate of more than 80%. So very little fuel emissions, everything process emissions, and not too far, in fact, not too far from storage potential, a bit north. Yeah. Okay, but to get that going, you need to start somewhere, and therefore we teamed up in the project of Access to realize a pilot in our facility. So we will build a small pilot. It will not be built by us. It will be by one of our partners. It will be tested also on other sites. It will move to our site, and we will learn from this. What does it mean? And it will create awareness. We have to have a permit to do such a pilot. Our engineers are now already oriented. How do we get that gas? What do we do with the condensate, etc. So it has a big learning curve, even when it is a small pilot, so that we are more ready once we step into the larger scale project in Poland. So in this case, it's about an innovative enzyme-based post-combustion capture unit, where the absorber will be replaced by a rotating packed bed to bring the capex down. By the way, this machine is designed and manufactured in Poland, so it brings really business, local business as well. Good. The large-scale project which we developed in Eastern Europe, unfortunately, it's not one of the countries which participated to this program, but it's definitely Eastern Europe. Bulgaria, we identified that in the Black Sea, in the Galata zone, there was a depleted gas field, which is very suitable for storage. And so we started to look at it, to work on the first communications with the government, with stakeholders, and to build this relationship with, in this case, it was Petros Celtic, as the oil and gas company having the license for this Galata field, and we have started to develop the project. And that we have done, we have made our techno-economics, executed the pre-feed study, discussed how we will store, where to store, how would the pipeline look like, what can we reuse from the existing assets, and filed a EU Innovation Fund application. And it got recognized that this has a unique value for Europe. So we have received the intention to get the funding, and the funding is above the average funding per ton of CO2 of all the projects, because we are building a complete supply chain here from capture, storage, and transport in Eastern Europe. Of course, there is still a lot to do. There is in the legislative part, there's a lot not in place yet. So it will take a few years before we can really have our permit secured and the final investment decision, and then we run into construction in order to capture 800,000 tons of CO2. What is needed to accelerate more in the countries where we are active? The other countries can do the same. It's fine for our competitors and other industries, but let me say I put only the flags of the countries where we are active. So let me say from industry, I think industry should really focus on application development and not only on technology. There are technologies out there, get them done, and don't study the next 20 years on finding your ideal technology, and then it's too late. So then the temperature rises already at 3 degrees, and then you have a fantastic technology. No, nice. So then second, industry should really collaborate with anyone who helps it to move forward, competitors, other industries, institutes, everything. For the societies, or represented often by NGOs, I think it's a very hard life nowadays with all the information which is out there. Try to figure out real facts and figures is not easy these days, but it's still the main objective to do what is really facts and figures related to CCS. How much can it contribute? What are the risks? What will it bring? How will it help your industry to survive? Try to figure it out. It will not be easy. And at the same time, you know, we really hope NGOs stay very critical, because they are also a little bit compass for industry to take it in the right direction and be realistic at the same time. I think for government and policy organizations, it's also not easy in this, I would say, domain, because there's a lot to learn. And CCS is a very complicated animal with many legs and arms which have to be well understood. And it really takes a lot of effort to get it right and to understand it. And we as industry, we want to have a very competent authority, because the more competent the authority is, the better the permit will be. And the better the permit will be, the less problems we have later if we go into operation. So we put also a lot of effort to support the government to develop these capabilities and to respect that it is a learning curve. And I think it's very important to use the insights from other governments. And we as Heidelberg Cement, we are active in many countries, so we can bridge, and we are bridging that governments from a country in, let's say, Czech Republic is connected to the government of the UK, where we are also active. We are in contact with both governments, and we can help to create this dialogue and to find the real experts to talk. Okay, for the EU, there's clearly also a role to play in the EU to support this region. And there is a real hard commitment that CCS is part of the climate policy and to reach there. So the messages are sometimes still a little bit hidden. And although there is a fantastic EU Innovation Fund instrument, it does not say that CCS is really, unspoken and undebated, a strong thing. And a target would help. Yeah, a target like we have a target, 10 million tons CCUS by 2030 as a company. Why could we not have a target as EU and really set that target and drive the target and get it done? And in the financial instruments, we really need this geographical balance in order to come back to what I said in the beginning. In 3 years from now, we should have at least 8 large CCS projects in these countries up and running. And industry is ready to participate a lot. I can tell you the EU Innovation Fund for such a project is a big share, but the industry contribution is way higher. And that's why we have earmarked the 1.5 billion. And it's up to these countries that the 1.5 billion from Heidelberg Cement, large chunk goes into Eastern Europe. And not all this money goes to Western Europe or to the United States. But we are, you know, as Heidelberg Cement, we have to survive in the industry. So we cannot invest if there is not the right policy. But you see, with Bulgaria, we succeeded to have the first large scale done. Thanks for your attention.
Do we have any questions for Jan? Yeah, Marco? Mike?
Hi, very great presentation. My question will be in regards to what you said about supporting the governments and making sure that, you know, let's say the government from Czech Republic is connected to other governments. Can you maybe just briefly elaborate on that? What do you meant by supporting? Is it kind of at meetings with the representatives, or is it kind of in these kinds of events?
Yeah, both of them, or even so. We are organizing meetings where we have people from the government that we have to deal with. We organize and we bring them in contact with the governments of a more mature country. So really Teams calls where people speak, and then we disappear. We say, you know, you talk on and without industry. And that's one thing. But we are also member of the Global CCS Institute, which can also then support to get this kind of communication done. To contribute to this session, you know, is a way to get things connected. So let me say, I think we are trying to use every channel that we can influence to get this going, because we can sit and complain that the level is not there, but that will not raise the level, and we cannot wait.
Slovenia is definitely a country to go to for that kind of collaboration. I think it's one of the recommendations in our country report as well, to go more abroad, to step in more into the international forum for that. So thank you.
Thanks, Marco. Question? I think Maciej was first. Sarah, you want to go first?
So I just had a quick question in terms of the innovation fund that you receive or trying to sign. We've seen in the past that in Italy, so the ENI project that Avina on, they also applied for innovation fund, but they were unsuccessful. Do you think that the location where you're applying for, so like Central and Eastern Europe, do you think that played a role in you getting it? Do you think there's like a bit more of a push now for these countries to kind of get these types of funding, and that could actually help other projects in the region get similar type of funding?
I think until the second round, there was not a geographical element in it. So it's really about innovation and impact. And maybe you can, you know, we have expressed that the impact, if you establish a project in Eastern Europe, it has a certain impact, and it might have more impact than CCS project number 4 in Western Europe, where the big oil companies are anyhow putting CCS. So that's about impact. That's not about the geographical spread. And I think this is to be very aware what are the criteria that reviewers are looking at, because and also to be aware yourself that it has this impact, you know. And for us, being in many countries, the impact for our group is also, if we are able to do it in one Eastern European country, you know, we gain a lot of confidence that we can do it in multiple. So, and this is also how our boards are judging where to invest.
Hello, Jan. Maciej Majski speaking, Agriculture Polska. I have a question about the pilot project in Gorazde cement plant. What will happen with the CO2 captured under this project? It will be released to the atmosphere, or the pilot is also connected with some kind of sync pilot in Poland?
This project will is only to develop and test the capture technology, so it will be sent back to the kiln. So it will, if we take the flue gas from the kiln, it will be separated, the CO2, and both streams go back to the stack from the kiln. This is because it's impossible in 2023 to have a storage project developed in Poland. However, I give you an example. We installed, also with help from the EU, the LILAC reactor in Belgium. And this is also only a technology to capture the CO2 and then, done. Now we are approached by companies who want to use the CO2 for carbonation of, I would say, building materials. And we are now working that this initial capture unit, which only was used for demonstrating the capture, will transfer into a continuous supply of small-scale CO2 volumes. So this is how one step can spark the other. But within the access, it's not foreseen.
We'll take one more.
Thank you. Hi, I had a question also about the project at Devnya, because in the brief information that I managed to find about it, it was also mentioning investigating sort of potential links to Romania and to Greece as well. I just wanted to know if that is part of your sort of broader learning as a company in terms of knowledge sharing with your plants in Romania and Greece, or are you actually investigating some kind of cross-border CO2 transport and sort of regional CO2 storage? Thank you.
Yeah, the fact that this Galata field is, in front of Varna in the Black Sea, it's quite good accessible also from other location. So we envision that if you want to do a carbon capture pilot in Greece or in Romania, and the storage is not yet locally developed, you might be able to use that small volume and send that to the Galata field, and you do a demonstration. So if you then see that it can be stored, you gain a lot of confidence that you are de-risking the storage development in your own country. I think on the long run, like Greece has its own depleted gas field, so Romania has its own capacity. So on the long run, it will not be logical to transfer your CO2 further, but it can really help to get the things unlocked, and that's the vision.
Any more burning questions? Okay. It's okay. If you could keep it short, guys, then.
Thank you. Just in terms of a business case, obviously the ETS is going to be quite a driver for you to want to invest in carbon capture and storage. I was wondering, is there enough being done basically on the demand side, given that Heidelberg Cement compared to its competitors, I think, is more ambitious when it comes to trying to reduce their emissions faster. Do you feel that like your product is going to be rewarded, let's say, from the demand side in terms of like a green premium or something like that?
Yes, 2 times yes. We have investigated it, and yes, it will contribute. However, the biggest driver is still the EU ETS payment, especially if the free allowances will go down and the CBAM will go up. Because if only the allowances go down, probably cement production in Europe will go down even faster. So, well, in combination with the CBAM, this is the biggest, I would say, cost benefit or cost influencer. But that will also be for competitors who are not installing CCS. So on top, we have then a green cement, carbon-free cement to offer to our customers. And depending on which market you are, there is a certain premium to get for that additional, I would say, performance of a cement. I think probably the premium in Bulgaria will be a bit lower than the premium in Norway. But we see also multinationals in sourcing building materials for whom it's still very relevant. So it will come, but it will come bit by bit. Sorry, Mikael.
Thanks a lot, Jan. And, so now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Maciej Malicki. Maciej is Large Industries Business Development Manager at Air Liquide Polska. Maciej graduated from the Krakow University of Economics. He's a member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Prior to joining Air Liquide, Maciej worked in the energy sector at BP and ČEZ. He's currently involved in energy transition projects with a special focus on the carbon capture, utilization, and storage in Poland. So, Maciej, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And first of all, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to talk about the important project for Polish decarbonization, which is for me even more important because today I've heard that the project is mysterious. So it's good to talk about it. To start with, please allow me to introduce the Air Liquide Group and explain you why we are interested in the carbon capturing projects, especially in Europe. So Air Liquide Group is a global company employing more than 66,000 people in 75 countries and serving almost 4 million customers and patients all around the world. Having in mind that our investment decisions each year reaches 3.5 billion euros, and the fact that Air Liquide has its own developed technology for carbon capturing called CryoCap, makes us a first choice partner in the CCS projects, not only in Europe, but worldwide. In the first quarter this year, Air Liquide announced a new strategy called Advance, which, among other goals, of course, set a goal for the carbon neutrality, which is 2050, with a goals to reach it before this date. And what is even more important in the context of Polish project, we are also devoted to help our customers, which are industrial emitters, to decarbonize their own assets. Air Liquide is a strong partner both globally and in Poland. In Poland, we are a leader in air gases production with 4 air separation units, serving 5 major customers on site and more than 5,000 customers with our liquid and cylinders offer. Moreover, we are serving more than 3,000 patients in our home care operations. And now let's get to the project. The project's called Poland EU CCS Interconnector. And to start with, let's focus a little bit on Polish market. Polish market right now, energy market is in 85% coming from fossil fuels. However, the growing renewable sector is visible, especially in solar and wind technologies. Poland has established energy policy and strategy for hydrogen defined until 2040, with a challenging goal to reduce emissions by 30%, taking a base of 1990. Having in mind that in 2020, we still emitted 271 million tons of CO2, it still gives us around 30 million tons to be reduced in the coming 10 years. Having into consideration that significant emission comes from sectors like cement, lime, and oil, which are so-called hard to abate sectors, it brings in mind that CCS is the only solution that will allow Poland to reach the demanding targets. For now, unfortunately, we lack of precise national strategy and proper legislation for the CCUS. However, the Ministry of Climate already started a project called CCUS.pl, which is taking care of it. And I know colleagues from Bologna and Visa Europe are also consulted in this project. About the local sinks, and this is why I had a question to Jan about potential sinks in Poland. In our opinion, they are in a very early, I would say, conceptual or research stage. So in our projects, we don't consider them operational within the next couple of years or even in the midterm, especially the onshore ones, because of what was mentioned before, the social kind of resilience on this topic. If we are looking at the CO2 capture market in Poland, we should look at especially the emissions from the industrial sector, which is the map at the right. You see that it's around 37 million tons out of 171 million total emissions under the ETS system. We see the big part being Gorazde at the southwestern Poland. And we can see that there are three main basins in Poland. First of all, being Silesia region. Here we have steel producers, we have cement producers, being one of the couple being Gorazde, having also chemical and lime producers. Second region, I would say that the smallest one is Central East Poland, with a big chemical emitter in Puławy and couple of cement plants. And last but not least, and the most important in terms of our project, the Northern Poland region, the Northern Poland basin, which consists of two big refineries, one in Płock and one in Gdańsk, cement plants, chemical industry, lime industry, and paper industry. And this region, Northern Poland, is responsible for emissions totaling yearly to around 15 million tons of CO2. To reveal a little bit mystery of this project, Poland EU CCS interconnector is developed by partners being PKN Orlen, Lafarge Holcim, and Air Liquide. And the aim of the project is to connect Polish emitters with the North Sea and Norwegian Sea CCS market and especially the sequestration sinks. In order to do it, we plan to develop a CO2 multimodal terminal in the at the Polish coast, with a capacity at the first stage reaching 3 million tons per year of transported CO2. That can be adjusted up to 9 million tons in the stage 2. For the first stage, we already have identified 2 million tons of emissions that will flow through the terminal. 1 million coming from Płock refinery owned by PKN Orlen, and the other million from Lafarge cement plant Kujawy. If we look at the CCS value chain or logistics chain of CO2, of course, it starts from emitters' premises and installation to capture CO2. Then it needs to be compressed or even liquefied to be able to transport it inland via railroad or via pipelines to the buffer terminal at the coast, when the CO2 is reloaded to the sea ships and transferred to the North or Norwegian Sea, where it can be stored permanently. Currently, the total cost of such value chain is exceeding the cost of emissions, the ETS emission system. It causes a funding gap, which is an obstacle to run the project. However, this can be partially covered by the European grants, European funds being CEF Energy and Innovation Fund. As discussed, we primarily want to ship CO2 to the locations in the North Sea and Norwegian Sea. Here you can see the possible route for the ships from the port of Gdańsk or the Gdańsk region. In a second stage, I would say in long term, the possibilities to store in the on the Baltic Sea near the Polish coast, or even store onshore in Poland are possible. To sum up, the Poland-EU CCS interconnector project is on the 5th list of the projects of common interest, so the PCI list, which allows us to apply for European funds from the Connecting Europe Facilities Energy. And so we did. Last week, we put an application for the CEF Energy studies phase, which we hope will help us to deliver the next stage of the project, which are the studies, feasibility and FEED studies for the terminal and for inland transport possibilities in Poland. So I hope within 3 years to add to the wish list. I hope I can tell you that we made a final investment decision and we are now developing a CO2 terminal in order to allow the transport of CO2 for the 8 big projects mentioned by Jan. Thanks a lot. Okay. There should be a last page, but thanks a lot for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer now, or we can discuss during the lunch break.
I have a question concerning the regulatory issue. Do you see the threat from Poland to depart to the London Convention and not to the London Protocol? And it's not clear whether under this convention CO2 export from Poland to the North Sea and Norway is allowed. And how do you want to solve those issues? But it will require engagement from the government, yes.
Yes, and our project is of course supported by the government, by the Ministry of Climate. Otherwise, we could not apply for the funds. So we count on our government. We see solutions. We can think of bilateral agreements between countries. So it's for sure it's possible. As it was mentioned before, the regulatory issues are relatively quick to be solved. They don't involve much capital. They don't involve, I don't know, 3 years of developing an infrastructure. So we believe that this kind of problems can be solved when the project is ongoing. We still we will not deliver CO2 next year, so we have a couple of years to solve these issues. And there are more than just the transport topics. Yeah, we don't have time now to list all of them. Yeah. I can hear you. So.
Just you mentioned, I had a mistake. You mentioned you've identified 2 million tons that are being capacity.
Yes.
Does that mean identifying? Does that mean you've got an agreement in London, that thing? Second, who's going to be? What model is the pipeline going to have? Is it state-run entity? Is it open access?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, understand. Okay, so the first question, identified. When I said identified, I mean the projects are ongoing. Worth to mention the project from Lafarge called Go for Ecoplanet is now in the stage of negotiating the Innovation Fund grant with the European authorities. So the projects are real. They are not just we look at the map and see, okay, we have big emitters right here. Because saying this, we have 15 million tons. So the projects are well advanced, and what is also comforting us, both partners we have, so Pekka and Orlen and Lafarge, are the owners of the possible emissions. So they are involved in the project as well, because they care, because they want to capture and sequestrate. For the second question, I would say in the first stage, we consider more the railroad transport because the emitters are a little bit, the cluster is not so dense. In the second stage, the pipeline can be applied. If so, it would be probably an open access pipeline. However, this is still on the stage of discussions, also with the government.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from the audience? Brigitte?
Brigitte Jacobs of the TNO, the Research Institute of the Netherlands. I'm curious to hear, are you also trying to connect to other CO2 emitters in Poland, beyond indeed the two that are on board?
So could you repeat?
So other CO2 emitters in Poland, are they indeed? Is there a strategy behind trying to get them on board to join?
Yes, of course. We've discussed with many emitters. Air Liquide is also interested in bringing technology for capturing. So we have an interest to discuss with different emitters. As I mentioned, for now we have these 2 million tons, and also referring to what Jan said, it's something to start with, and when we have it, and when we can show other partners that we have it going, that it will appear, they will connect to us, and honestly, there is a great momentum for the CCS in Poland. Many emitters are asking about the technology. I personally have some meetings to discuss the potential to decarbonize the assets, and during this, of course, I mentioned the possibility to join the CO2 transport hub at the Polish coast, as this is the most mature and the quickest way to start decarbonization. The onshore and offshore, but Polish sinks are, in our opinion, a long-term perspective. There is one more question here.
Actually, I have more questions, but I'll take them to the lunch.
Yeah, okay.
And
I have a flight at 8, so.
First one clarification, if I understand correct, you are rather on capturing and transport. You don't discuss in your project, there is no storage. You rely on third-party storage, right?
Yes, we rely on third-party storage also because the PCI and the CEF fundings does not touch maritime transport and storage right now. We count on the changes in this area. However, now it's let's say it's up to the terminal. And then, of course, we know our partners. We are present in the European market for CCS as Air Liquide. So we have discussions with different sink operators.
Okay, thanks. And now my question comes on capturing side. What is interesting is I see two industries that they are capturing. You have refinery and then you have cement industry. What are the similarities, differences in terms of capturing technologies for these two, very different from industries? And then if you say about 2 million tons, you talk about gross, or this will be after capturing, meaning the reduction of CO2? Because capturing itself also has adding CO2.
Yeah,
unless you use
it's 2
some
mil-
renewable there.
It's 2 million tons that will be captured and transferred to the sinks. Of course, maybe there will be some minor losses during the transport and the loading and loading, but very minor. So this is about the number of emissions. And the second question, sorry. Differences. Oh, yes, of course. Yes. The technology, yeah, very different because different processes involved. In the oil refining, you are talking more about, for example, SMR for hydrogen production. In the cement industry, it's what Jan displayed. It's a process from clinker production. We, as Air Liquide, cover both and many more in our palette of cryocap technologies. So we can address both of them in a cryogenic method. However, the technicalities, I would say, maybe to discuss afterwards. However, I need to say I'm not an engineer, so I have a common knowledge, but I cannot go into many details.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? We have one from the chat, and it's about storage. Are you considering storage sites closer than Norway, for example, on shore in Denmark, as assumption is that it would decrease your costs significantly?
Yeah, we consider all the storages that will be available when we will go live. Unfortunately, the market and the situation with storages and emitters is little chicken and an egg, because we cannot make a binding offer to deliver the CO2 right now. And from the other side, none of sync operators will give us capacity blocked for 3 years or 5 years to be sure that we can store it on their sinks. So Norway is one way, and many other sync operators. If they come in Baltic Sea, it's even better for us because it makes our project cheaper.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So finally, we will now hear from Tomáš Puk. Tomáš has been a member of Salonit Anhovo, Slovenian cement company. He was a member of management board. Now he's the president of the management board as of September. He leads the team at the company that focuses on the company's development towards the green transition, which is currently its most important project. And he's also the author of several publications in the field of minerals, environmental chemistry, numerous expert papers and lectures in the field of construction and sustainable development. Welcome, Tomáš. Over to you.
Yeah, first, thank you for a very nice introduction. And it's a pleasure to be here and to explain a bit about our vision, how to make our cement production process carbon neutral. I will start with the few words about the importance of concrete, but my colleague Jan already did a great job before me, so I will just add that we consume more concrete yearly than all the other construction materials together. And it's somehow very environmental friendly, recyclable, and low energy, let's say, material. But because of the scale, we contribute a big portion of man-made CO2 emissions, and this is the problem. But on the other hand, once we solve that, then wood has no more advantages over concrete. So it's really, let's say, our obligation to start with the all the measures that can bring us to carbon neutrality of concrete. And so we started in the company with, let's say, looking at the options that we have and how fast we could do it. And it's always good to have a goal. And our goal is to become a carbon neutral production, let's say somewhere in 2035. And we also said we need to start with some things that can be done immediately. So we divided this, let's say, roadmap in three steps. In the first step, we have a pointer, doesn't matter. In the first 5 years, we would like to implement the technologies that are already developed. It was already mentioned, alternative fuels. These are fuels prepared with selected waste streams, alternative raw materials, and let's say using of waste heat to produce electricity and implementing solar production on our sites. All these technologies are available and can bring some, let's say, step forward. If we are able to implement all this, then we can reduce our carbon footprint for further 15%. And that's important. And then in parallel, and the next phase would be kind of a testing in a pilot or demonstration plant, the selected technology for carbon capture, because we need to capture first carbon and then to do something with it if you want to make the cement production carbon neutral. And it was already said that, you know, we know that in 20 years or 30 years, there will be new technologies, maybe better than the existing one, but we need to do some steps and we cannot wait until the, let's say, final or let's say, yeah, the ideal technology to make these things through. And then once we test it and we are sure that also the business environment or let's say business models are prepared to go this direction, then we can implement the full size carbon capture and storage or usage. This is still a part of the vision. We would like to be part of the circular economy. And on your left-hand side, we have a circle of raw materials. Right now, we use raw materials from the quarries and produce cement, and then we build buildings. But these buildings eventually can be demolished, and this can be a source of raw materials for cement production and also for concrete. The problem is that, you know, the lifetime of a building, it's 100 years and more. So this circle is not yet developed in full. On the other side, we use energy, and I mentioned the alternative fuels that are now in a big portion also made from fossil sources. But in the future, if we capture CO2 and we use this as a raw material for production of, I don't know, polymers, in these polymers, we can store the solar energy, and then after recycling, reusing these materials eventually become waste, and then we can use this waste as a source of energy in our processes. And I think because today we are talking about carbon storage, I think this is short-term the only, let's say, possible solution to really decarbonize our processes. But in a long term, we need to look also for circular solutions, because carbon storage is still linear in a way. Just a few figures, so let's say few things to emphasize. In all these solutions, with the capturing and storage or usage, we are talking about huge demand for additional energy. and also huge demand for additional capex on our sites. So just for your comparison, and let's say to install a carbon capture installation in an average cement plant demands the same amount of capex like it's used for a normal full cycle cement plant right now. So we need a lot of money to do this transformation. On the other hand, we will need much more energy just to capture the CO2. If we want to go to usage, then even more energy. And in our case, it would take approximately 1/3 of Slovenian power consumption to turn CO2 into hydrocarbons. So maybe on the long term, this could be a solution, but short term, that means a few decades, I don't see this as a serious option. Maybe for part of the CO2 that is captured, but not for the full CO2 that is now emitted from industrial sites. We did in the past already some exercise or some homework in terms of change from pure fossil fuels to alternative fuels. And with this, we already reduced our carbon footprints. I mentioned with some, let's say, projects that are in pipeline, we could do it further for 15%, but then at the end, we need to go to carbon capture and probably storage. We also can do something in the development of our cements. So we can reduce clinker factors and replace clinker that is produced in the furnace with some alternative materials. Here's still a potential, but it's hard to imagine that we can really come to carbon neutrality only with these measures. And then once we come to the capturing, one challenge that we have is that the technologies are not fully developed. We have some options, but most of the technologies in the pipeline are still under the development phase. And not all of them are, let's say, appropriate for every cement site or every industrial site. So we need to, let's say, develop a variety of options. And perhaps on the greenfield situations, one technology could be appropriate on, let's say, already existing plants. We need perhaps, I don't know, end-of-pipe solutions and so on. And also for development of this, we as a society need to reserve some funds, some support to go and to place some pilots additionally to develop technologies to a mature stage that could be used then to fully decarbonize our industries. And then another thing is, let's say, business model that is needed. Now we have projects that are funded by public money. But at the end of the day, this needs to work with a normal business model. And just for your, let's say, impression, when you put all the costs that are connected to carbon capture and storage, we can come to a figure of 100 euro per ton of CO2 to 200 euro per ton of CO2. And the price on the ETS trading now is below 100. So at this condition, it's not economically viable to go that direction. And even these figures are without the last increase in energy prices. So with the last increase in energy prices, these figures are much higher. So we will need to design as a society, together with the States and in Europe, some models to design and to create transition from this, let's say, economy where we have projects that are founded to a final stage where this will be run with a normal business model. And this is also once you go and you try to imagine, like, I don't know, to transfer 200 cement plants in Europe to carbon neutral cement plants. This will be one of the crucial things to design. And we need to start the discussion already now to design this future, or let's say this path to carbon neutrality. And we also need to know that looking at the industrial capacity to build this technology, it's not possible to let's say, we don't have resources to do it in 10 years. So it will take more time. And in the meantime, there will be plants with already, let's say, installed technology for carbon neutrality, and other plants that will be still running on traditional. And this will need to, or let's say all these plants will need to compete on the market. And then just for, it was already mentioned, even if you have a, let's say, clear goal, and if you have money and you have all the resources, it takes time to develop a project like that. We need some time to really select the right technology, maybe to spend some time to further develop these solutions. And then also the permitting processes that are, at least in our region, very long lasting. And then I mentioned already a lack of, let's say, business models that can support this transition, big uncertainty on the markets of energy, CO2. All these risks need to be also taken into account before someone or a company can decide to go for a full-scale application of carbon capture and usage, or let's say storage. So with this, maybe I just open some open points more than solutions. But with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you have some questions, or I'm willing and ready and happy to answer it.
Thanks a lot, Tomasz. So let's take maybe maximum 2 questions, because we're a bit behind the schedule. So any questions from the audience? Daniel, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon. Daniel Kitscher from DG Klima, European Commission, working on CCS. Thank you for the figures you showed. I mean, we are very well aware. Of course, with a ETS price of 300 euros, we would have a very different discussion here. I think also from the cement industry. But I was wondering, could you share with us the cost of the ETS price today? Let's say 100 euros. How much is that in percentage of a cost of 1 ton of cement that you sell to your customers?
Yeah. It's about 10% right now. And this is because we still have free allowances. But now we know that free allowances are passing out. So once you have the full cost of CO2 emitted from cement, then this magnitude is much higher. Then we are talking about the costs that are higher than the price of cement right now. And therefore, it's really important that when we go this way to, let's say, reduce the CO2 allowances for sectors like ours, that we have some mechanisms that put ourselves on the same, let's say, on the same competitive basis with the potential importers of our product. And the point is, you know, that we know that this transition will come, and that on the end of the day, customer and the producer will need to bear the costs of CO2. But it's also important to lead this transition in a way that we don't destroy everything. Because right now, you know, we have more risks than certainties. And with this is very, let's say, hard to take good decisions. And we know that it's risk on the side that we go in this direction and we bear the costs. It's also risk doing nothing. But if we want to have a prosperity in Europe, if we want to develop industry, we need to create safety network for all of participants. For instance, my hobby is climbing. You know, I'm a climber. And so you, by intention, go to risky situation. But therefore you study and you prepare all the safety equipment. You have ropes, you have all the other equipment, harnesses, helmets to protect yourself. And still there is a chance that you fail, but at least you do everything to come safely home. And I think we are in front of the very similar exercise. I show that we have a vision, we have let's say also a concrete plan. We also designed some steps that are visible already now, because we think it's important that we show that we are willing to move. But on the other hand, if we don't as a society create this safety net, we might run into a very risky situation, then we lose as Europe. And this I think I encourage all of us to do everything to avoid this scenario.
Yeah, let's sink that in. In the meantime.
Follow-up question to this question here, but really directed at our colleague from DG Climate. The cost of CO2 on a ton of cement is perhaps, you mentioned 10%, but then if you translate that further back into the cost of a house, eventually it's not that much. It doesn't add that much to the cost of a house. Similar with steel, ton of steel, CO2 into the price of a car isn't going to add that much. However, on the procurement side, if somebody wants to buy a ton of steel or buy a ton of cement, they'll be looking at the cheapest ton possible, give or take. So that's where CBAM comes in. And so I'm curious from our colleague here to hear what the plans are and the timeline in terms of protection from European industry.
Yeah, of course, CBAM is a live issue that is currently discussed between the co-legislators, so I am not going to comment on this. You have all seen the proposal from the Commission. I thought it would be important to understand what it means for the cement industry to at least have a possibility now to decarbonize cement production. What that looks like in economic terms in 10 years time, I think is a really important question for all of us. You mentioned also energy costs, which play a big role in the cost of what you had there on your slide. On the other hand, I think you mentioned it, Jan mentioned it before, that cement is competing with other potentially building materials which are already a carbon sink from the beginning. So in that sense, I think this is a very important discussion, and the way we look at CCS is really as a let's say not last resort, but as a solution for hard to abate sectors, which otherwise we cannot really see surviving 2050 in our models. And that's why in the climate model that underlies the climate law, it's up to the tune of 300 million tons per year that need to be stored at that time. So this is 2050. From 2050 onwards, and the cement industry is very likely to be one of the source of that CO2 for the foreseeable decade. So in that sense, yes, the competition between maybe even between cement plants that don't do that and that do that within the European Union is an important aspect. The customer demand or the green premium, as it was mentioned, is an important aspect. But I think what we again here see is that we are at a critical moment now to make the step from lots of plans, lots of research into piloting and deploying these technologies. That's why, and I will talk about this later, with the Innovation Fund, we support projects like this, and it was also already mentioned in the previous talk.
Maybe if I may just add to have the, let's say, the right understanding of my message is I am fully for decarbonizing the cement industry, also our plant. I even see that if we do it before others, that we might have an advantage in the future. Then we also need to look at some facts. You know, the capacity of society to do it in a very short time for the whole industry is not there. Now we are facing, for the normal running of let's say, of a cement plant, we are facing shortage of workforce, skilled workforce. And if we want to install, let's say, double the equipment in our plants, this will not be better. So we will have a challenge on the capacity to build these things. So I think we will have for maybe 2 or 3 decades plants that will be already equipped and plants that will not be equipped, and then competition from outside Europe. And we need to also address these topics, because otherwise we will create additional risks. And we already have enough risks right now with all the energy crisis and all the other things. So, you know, I am voting for, yes, go that way, but we need to be aware that there are challenges that we need to address. And right now we are just talking about technology and how to found these first movers. And there will be another phase, you know, that we need to already now starting to design. This was my my consideration.
Thanks a lot, Tomasz. Yeah. So I think we're ready to have some food. So the lunch is served next door. Unfortunately, we have to shorten the lunch break. So let's try to be back in this room 1:30. Thank you.
Where do you reach
Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch break. We're now going to discuss what we think is the key enabler for CCS, which is the CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. And we have amazing experts who will share their perspectives coming both from the private sector and from the national authorities. My colleague Lina will moderate this session. I don't know if Lina is already back. Here. Lina Strandvak-Nagel is our Senior Manager for Projects and EU Policy at Bologna Europa, as well as the topic lead on sustainable finance and economy. Lina is also currently the co-chair, one of the co-chairs of the European Commission's CCUS Forum Working Group on Infrastructure, as well as co-chair of the Zero Emission Platforms Network Policy and Economics, and the temporary working group on policy and funding at ZEP as well. Lina is joined by Florina Sora from the Romanian National Agency on Mineral Resources, and Vladislav Atanaso from OMV Petrom, and Szczepan Polak from Equinor. But before we start with the panel discussion, I want to bring in Sara Lupo from Deloitte. Sara is a manager at Deloitte Central Europe, working on energy and mobility solutions, and she holds a PhD in energy systems engineering with research focusing on wholesale electricity markets, which is a super hot topic today, I think. But that's not what she's gonna talk about. She will be talking about CCS. So the floor is yours, Sara.
So as Michal already kindly introduced me, my name is Sara Lupo. I am a senior manager in energy resources and industrials in the Central Europe member firm. We're located all over Europe, so we go all the way from the Baltics to Romania. We're located always in Ljubljana, Slovenia, but this study was a collaborative effort along with the Dutch and the German member firm. So we had amazing experts that worked on other CCS projects, such as Northern Lights and Porthos, who kind of helped guide us throughout the process. And they really, really also contributed to the financial modeling part. What am I doing wrong? No. You already heard from Tomasz He and Samit Anhova approached us because they have a common goal on reaching carbon neutrality, and CCS or CCUS, I'm going to be using the terms interchangeably for this presentation, play a major role in that, not just for this cement manufacturer, for many throughout Europe, as we've heard before. We conducted the study in 3 main phases. The first phase was kind of exploratory, where we really tried to understand what was the standing and understanding of CCS in Slovenia and in the region. An important factor to keep in mind, as Marko already mentioned earlier, you're not allowed to store CO2 in Slovenia. So we had to do an overview of regulation and have a good idea of public acceptance in the neighboring countries around Slovenia. And the key part, the second phase, was developing the CO2 transport and storage scenarios based on those locations. And then once we chose those, we did a financial, economic, environmental, and a risk analysis for those scenarios. A key thing to point out here is that we're not chemical engineers at Deloitte. Well, some are, but our team isn't. We only focused on the transport and storage part. So Samit worked with other companies on the capture and utilization parts of the study. This kind of covers all the areas that were included in the study. The main focus is going to be, I think, for like 5 and 6. That's usually what most people are interested in, as the financial analysis was quite detailed. We had a bespoke model made from our financial analysis team. And throughout the whole process, what was really key to us, and what I think really helped to develop a study that was kind of tangible and really is still alive and ongoing, we're still adding 2 little components to it in a collaboration with Tomasz, is that we worked with Samit Anhova throughout the whole process. So we worked with their R&D department as well. We held a workshop, we had bi-weekly meetings, and in these meetings, we also included our colleagues from the Dutch and the German member firm. So kind of steering it from a scientific and evidence-based perspective. How the first phase began, we started mapping out the stakeholders. So we used a very standard, I guess, stakeholder matrix, and we were looking at governmental, non-governmental, external, internal, any type of a player that might help influence the discussion around CCS. And this was one of the first, I guess, learning points for us, where we kind of came across one of the bigger barriers that we didn't really anticipate, is that even though there is not much, well, there aren't any CCS projects in Slovenia, and there isn't much active dialogue, even from the get-go, the opposition was quite strong. There was kind of gap filled, and there was kind of a gap, and it was already to some extent filled with misinformation or opposition. And in doing this project and communicating also with Samit Anhova's PR team, we really tried to combat that, and it's something that we're also ongoingly doing with Bellona as well. Once we moved past the obstacles of like public acceptance, we also had to tackle where that came from. So there's very little experience, there's very little information. There's some information on an academic level, so coming from the chemical institutes that understand the technology well, but there isn't much in, legislation, in regulative materials. And that's something where we really saw a gap to be filled coming from the state side. There were some negative past experience in Slovenia that also helped contribute to that. But what we really wanted to do with this study, and later on in the process of CCS kind of assimilation in Slovenia, is increase public awareness, improve it, also work better with policymakers, and also help secure hopefully some financial support domestically. A key thing to consider here is also the regulatory framework. So CO2 is not, you're not allowed to store it in Slovenia. As I said, that's what also led to us constructing the scenarios in these 3 countries. They're all neighboring Slovenia. And within these countries, transport and storage of CO2 is allowed. And based on the sink sites and potential of those sink sites, we developed then sub-scenarios. So the countries are kind of the main scenarios, and then the sinks and the transport modes were kind of the sub-scenarios within these. So the way we did it is that we started looking at where Samit Anhova could store their CO2 emissions. So as Tomasz already mentioned, we're talking about 700 kilotons per year. That is likely going to increase as production increases. And then what we wanted to do is, obviously there would be potential to go look elsewhere, but due to transport costs, we really wanted to look nearby. And what we wanted to, these are the criteria that we applied. So we wanted to make sure, okay, is there an actual sink site? Is this actually something that could be developed? And because of this, we really focused on empty oil and gas fields. So it is legacy infrastructure. So from this perspective, it would be easier to develop than looking into saline aquifers, as we've heard before. Of course, there's potential also in Croatia. It's not on the map, but for the perspective of Sulunit, this was easier. We wanted to look how close it was. So we were looking at, 300 kilometers away in Italy, like 500 kilometers away in Hungary. What would be the theoretical capacity of these things, how connected they were. So again, this is where the transport modes come into conversation: rail, pipeline, ship. Are there any regulatory barriers that we need to be aware of? What's the commercial opportunity? So this was something that varied a lot between the site in Ravenna, where Eni is quite far along, in comparison to what's happening below the Istrian Peninsula. And what we also wanted to consider is that, are there any other emitters along the way? Because of the opposition that we've seen from the start, we wanted this to not be like a bias project, something that just Sulunit is doing, but something that would really help Slovenia with decarbonizing its emissions. So we wanted to look regionally and wanted to look domestically. And what Marko also mentioned earlier, we already have seen some interests from the biggest emitter in Slovenia. So there's a coal power plant, other industrial emitters that also want to be part of this conversation. And I think that's a very good sign, because it takes it on to the country level. This is actually then what we did when it comes to emitters. We looked at them all the way in Italy, Hungary, and basically we wanted to see how they could complement what Sulunit is emitting, because we also viewed, 700 kilotons is a lot, but approaching the sink operator might be easier, given the theoretical capacity. If there are any other, to develop it, if there are any other potential emitters that would want to then store the CO2 on the site. So I think I'm gonna, these are the three priority scenarios we ended up working with. So the offshore Italy, so that's located in Ravenna. That's the site Eni is developing. This is where we're looking at about 300 to 500 megatons of theoretical capacity. This is where we also found the most information. Also on their website, the project is, I say quite far along, but it's definitely commercially more developed than the Croatian and the Hungarian potential storage site. The Croatian one is also offshore. It's the red one. So it's also beneath the Istrian Peninsula, where there's also two of the biggest emitters in Croatia. So the thermal power plant Plomin, and also another cement manufacturer. However, the theoretical capacity is smaller. Then onshore, in conversation with a bigger energy company in Hungary, that's also in charge of the CCS project in Croatia. We also looked at an onshore possibility in central southern Hungary. But as you'll see, the scenario focused on the most to give you the transport options is the one in Italy, just because of the commercially available information. So that's this one. Again, we're looking at an empty oil and gas field, and would be dealing with permanent injection. It is about 300 kilometers away from where Sulunit is located, which is located in the northwestern part of Slovenia, right by the Italian border. We were able to estimate we could, transport the CO2 there either by pipeline, by ship, or railway. So it gave us a lot of options to explore also in the financial model. And it was also something where we have an ongoing dialogue with the developer to see how we could connect them with Sulunit and bring this to fruition. Second was the Croatian one. So this one is in very, very early stages. However, as I mentioned earlier, there are two, the red and the yellow emitter. Those are the two main ones in Croatia. So, and we know for the cement manufacturer, they have expressed some interest in CCS before. So there is this potential to approach the sink operator together and kind of build momentum on that. Like with the Ravenna site, we're looking again at railway, ship, and pipeline corridors. Theoretical capacity, much smaller. Distance was similar also in the North Adriatic. Lastly, there was the onshore Hungary option. This was quite far away. because it's, on the eastern side of Slovenia. And it's also in an exploratory stage. However, we do have an ongoing dialogue also with our Hungarian colleagues from the Deloitte Hungary office to see how we could, if this would also be a potential to explore further, because they're also in charge of the Croatia project under INA, which is one of the biggest energy companies in Croatia. The scenario that, as I said, I want to speak about more is the offshore Italy scenario, because this we're able to get most information, and we see from the commercial development, it might be if we want to move on this quickly, because right now we are seeing some type of momentum in terms of CCS. When I first started learning about it a while back ago in graduate school, we learned about some projects in Canada, but the dialogue we have going on right now, I haven't seen it since. So we really wanted to take advantage of that. Once we had the scenario based on location picked, we then reviewed the 3 transport options. So Salonit, as I mentioned earlier, is located right on close to the Italian border. And luckily for us, there are 3 ports that are also close by. So there's the port of Koper, Capodistria, that's the one in Slovenia. And then there's 2 in Italy, Trieste and Monfalcone. So there would be a need to kind of develop a pipeline to those, but afterwards we would then be able to, via ship, we would be able to transport the CO2 captured to the port of Ravenna, and then via offshore pipeline transport it to the offsite storage site. There's also, why this is also interesting is because it's right beneath the Italian industrial north, where there's also potential other emitters that would be interested in approaching this. Second was rail. Again, very conveniently, there's a railway right above Salonit Anhovo. So it did allow us to look into this more. Then it would just go from one hub then to Venice, and then from Venice also via railway to the port of Ravenna, and then again finalizing with the offshore pipeline to the storage site. Lastly, and this is again, we would start with the pipeline, some of it already existing from Salonit in Anhovo to Trieste and Monfalcone, that would have to be built, then to Venice, and then again from Venice to the port of Ravenna. So for each of these, we then, and for each of the other transport options as well for Hungary and Croatia, we then calculated, we did a financial analysis for it that I'll show to you in a bit more detail in the next slide. So Italy is interesting because we know it's commercially very, by far the most developed in the region. However, we thought that the industry emitters from Italy would likely get priority over a Slovenian company. So that's why it was interesting for us to also consider pooling options and kind of approach Eni in a combined approach, because this would give us more leverage and show that we're serious about this and that should be space for us in the sink. The financial model wasn't done by my team. It was done by the wonderful colleagues in financial advisory services. They developed a bespoke investment model specifically for this case. It's not just the general CCUS case model, but was specific for Salonit Anhovo. Also, we were able to get some information from the capture team that worked with Salonit, and we developed a standard discounted cash flow model. This was also done with a lot of guidance from the Dutch team, the Dutch financial advisory team that works on similar value creation services in the Netherlands, and like I said, was involved in bigger CCS projects in the Netherlands and Norway. What we ended up doing is getting done net present value and internal rate of return for each scenario and sub-scenario, but there was a lot of estimation involved into this. Some of it, was based on academic literature. Some of it was based on the actual numbers we had from other projects. Obviously, those are also commercially sensitive, even though they are within Deloitte, but the subject matter experts from other member firms were able to guide us in this process, and kind of this then enabled to give Salonit kind of the final comparison in terms of costs and benefits. And the CFO and the financial services of Salonit were also highly engaged in this and worked with our financial advisory team. Lastly, I wanted to share with you the kind of lessons that we learned throughout this process. Some were quite, like I said, we didn't really anticipate them, such as the negative pushback from the public. Likely, this is again to people really didn't know the technology. In Slovenia, you know, there is also some pushback towards like wind farms, things like that. But overall, the idea towards renewables is quite positive. And we want to also achieve that with CCS. But we would need here expert support, we would need to hold webinars, we would need to involve people in this discussion and showcase that CCS is not, you know, we're not banking on this one solution, but it is part of this energy transition mix. Another thing that we really want to push forward now is have an active engagement with the government. We have a new government in Slovenia with the prime minister coming from the energy sector. So again, we believe we're in a pretty good position to kind of have this ongoing dialogue. It would also help with financial support and also regulatory support, which leads me to the next point that we would really need to, on a nationwide level, develop some sort of a CCS, CCUS strategy, something to put it into place, have a tangible document that even people from the public can refer to and have science-based peer-reviewed research included so they can, you know, get the information they need. Lastly, and this is something that we're already pushing to do, is maybe develop like a CCS cluster. As I mentioned, there are companies in Slovenia that are already interested in pursuing this. This, we believe, if it wouldn't be just coming from one committee, it doesn't come as a kind of a directed agenda, but it comes as all of us, all the industry in Slovenia working towards abating emissions, which in the end is the end goal of everybody. It would also help encourage international cooperation, which for us is very important, given that we're not able to store it, the CO2 in Slovenia. And because we also think that there is ambition and appetite for CCS in the neighboring countries. So from my side, that's it. Very happy to hear from you. If you have any questions that I may or may not be able to answer, please do get in touch. If you have any other questions about Deloitte's general decarbonization offering, either get in touch with me or my colleague Nico, who was equally instrumental in getting this project done. And if you do so today, make sure to wish him a very happy birthday. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. So we're behind the schedule, so I will only take one question, if there is any. Otherwise, we can do the panel. And then if you have any questions to Sarah, we can also do it after the panel. Maciej?
So one short question about what you mentioned, the public opinion. Is it negative on the side of storing it in the country, I don't know, onshore or even offshore, or on the capturing part as well? Do you have the distinction between two?
Oh, thank you. It's a good question. We believe it's mainly due because people see CCS as kind of a passive thing, right? So they see it as allowing industry to keep emitting, and then we're just kind of pushing it away to some other site. So the storage part, yes, I think plays a big role in it, but I also think people don't really understand that the role of CCS is not like the one of renewables. So having that distinction in place might change that.
Thank you. So let's move right on to the panel moderated by Alina. Alina, over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to cut the introduction a bit short. As mentioned, we are a little bit behind schedule, and I would much rather hear the excellent panelists' opinions. But just very shortly to set parts of the context, of course, Bellona has worked for a very long time when it comes to infrastructure as a prerequisite for project deployment and market development. So I'm very excited to also hear a bit of your opinions on this. Of course, on this occasion, some of you might know that together with Clean Air Task Force, Bellona actually has an ongoing campaign called 10T Tuesday. And as today is Tuesday, we actually have some posts already going up. So with that, I will actually focus the first question to you, Stepan, a little bit on this topic. So I wanted to ask if you could tell us a bit more about the role of transport and storage infrastructure in deploying CCS. And since it is 10T Tuesday today, focusing on multiple transport modalities, if you could also include some reflections on their role in this greater picture.
Okay, it's on. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. And so referring to your question, I have worked in Northern Lights project, so my thinking is really affected by that. So first, when you start with CCS, you need to have a storage site, right? Without that, you can capture as much CO2 as you like, and nothing happens. So once you capture and you have storage, you need to transport it. And what I think Northern Lights did, and what influenced CCS market now, is that it separated storage from capture, and show that you can have flexible mode of transport, which is ships. You can forget about pipelines for a bit, but in order to start things moving in the right direction, you need to do it quickly. And ships give you flexibility. You can have storage site, which is very far away from your emitter, and yeah, you can just take CO2, transport it, and store it. Of course, there are other means of transporting CO2, and for emitters that are landlocked, there are a few options. None of them are perfect, but what seems to be quite reasonable is train transport. River barges, this is for those who have smaller emissions and smaller volumes. Trucks, but we have to remember that the smaller the transport volume, the higher impact on cost per ton of CO2 stored. And for the last, I left intentionally pipelines, because actually, pipelines was the main problem to start with CCS, because the old-fashioned way of thinking was you have a meter, you build a pipeline, and then transport CO2 to storage site. But that didn't work. So pipeline is making most sense when you have large volumes. We have done some evaluation on that, and it seems that, depending, of course, on the volumes and distance, you can take, let's say, if you have 10 million ton of CO2 per year, then cost of the pipeline will give you at least 10% less cost per CO2 ton store. So the higher volume, the more saving you do by pipeline. And I'm not sure if you are aware that in not so long ago, Equinor has entered into cooperation with Fluxys in Belgium and Wintershall in Germany, with the main purpose of building a CO2 pipeline from Europe to Norwegian continental shelf. So this pipeline, one branch from Belgium and one branch from Germany, and then connecting into the storage site. This is estimated to be between 20 to 40 million ton per year, the capacity. It's very early stage, but we hope it will be operational by 2030. So this is also actually good information for CE countries, because especially those from Baltic Sea area, if they want to transport CO2 to Norwegian continental shelf by ships, it's better to transport this to Germany, to the terminal where the pipeline is. It's a shorter distance, lower costs. So it's something to consider for all the projects that are developing in the Baltic Sea area.
Great. And Vladislav, to move on to you, I wanted to ask you about the potential for CCS in Romania, and also if you could maybe into that talk about how CCS is included in Petron's strategy.
Thanks for the question, and thanks for having me today. It was really great listening to all the presenters and then the panelists, and I'll try not to repeat what I have heard and what was shared. But talking about Romania, and I think we are two of us here presenting the country. Actually, all these considerations that they have been discussed and raised today, they're absolutely valid. So in a nutshell, I think the CCS is quite of a complex topic. Nevertheless, moving away all these kind of constraints, obstacles, I think with a lot of energy, we can make it happen. So that's all we need. And then I'm sure that stakeholders, they'll follow us, meaning if the initiative comes from the industries and we are pushing for it, I think it was set also somewhere here. It will happen. Potentially in Romania, I would even leave it a little bit to a state representative and the national authority to talk more on it. But for us, being OMV Petrom, which is the largest oil and gas fully vertical company in Central and Eastern Europe, and based on what we have been able to assess, I think it's a kind of a certain potential. And then just to take further, we are talking about storage. Nevertheless, I have heard from the kind of colleagues from the EPG and all this kind of project assessment that there is a certain potential in all these 11 or 12 countries. I think for saline aquifers, we should be very kind of a little bit skeptical. And I think I saw it in the Deloitte presentation that this is very theoretical kind of assessment, which needs quite of an in-depth further technical capabilities to really assess what is suitable, viable for a kind of storage potential and what is not. Back to storage potential in Romania, at least for our company, we have identified couple of potential locations. We have in Romania the history of being more than 100 years in the oil and gas business, and this gives us a leverage that we can look at our kind of depleted oil and gas fields. Then we are putting away the oil fields because I make fun with the colleagues, we have perforated quite a lot the geological structure, so this gives a lot of exposure for a kind of CO2 storage. Therefore, put this aside, it remains some gas reservoirs, which yes, they kind of onshore. Yes, there could be a kind of public reaction. I think with a proper dialogue and understanding by the communities, this is something that could be resolved. I don't know the case of Slovenia because only today I heard that actually this is a kind of banned. But I strongly believe that like Austria, also Germany, I mean, with more discussion on the topic, I think people gonna understand that this is a kind of, I mean, it's not a kind of such a big, there is no risk in storing the CO2. And then actually we don't have the Northern Sea, but we have actually the Black Sea where we have kind of potential. However, we don't have, at least I'm not aware that we have depleted fields. So here comes the other topic with actually what we can do in order to store CO2 in an active field. And here is coming my challenge to the regulators and starting with the EU representatives, both DG Energy and DG Klima. Actually, let's make it in a way to work that we can use technologies like enhanced hydrocarbon recovery. And here more focus, as I just mentioned, enhanced gas recovery for a kind of permanent CO2 storage. And let's make the legislation work. And last but not least, just not to take the time, OMV Petrom has announced in December our kind of strategy 2030, where we have a very strong commitment that we'll go for decarbonization. This is one of our 3 pillars. And this decarbonization, just as a kind of a magnitude, we want to have 2 million tons of CO2 per year stored by 2030. And we have allocated something like 2 billion euro, a kind of capital investment, which can be deployed in this. And again, we have a lot of some challenges, not a lot, but certain challenges to be solved. As I said, there was a lot of considerations to be taken before to be taken into account before taking a final investment decision, but I'm absolutely certain that it's doable and we are on the right track. And it's nice to see so many kind of various stakeholders talking on the topic today.
Thank you. Then to Florina, I was wondering.
I think, yeah, now it's on. As a representative of the Competence Authority,
I was wondering, what is the role of a competent authority in the context of CCS projects, and particularly, of course, on transport and storage infrastructure?
Thank you very much for inviting me here. First of all, I represent the National Agency for Mineral Resources, which is the competent authority under the CCS directive. So based on the experience my organization has with regulating upstream petroleum side and mining, we were selected to be the most representative to perform this task. The role of competent authority is very important in my opinion. We have to facilitate and create the framework for things to happen. We need real projects and concrete steps. In our country, there's been much discussion within the latest year, and we decided now to hear the voice of the industry and to look into detail to the specificity of our country. As my colleague mentioned, we have long tradition with petroleum industry, and so the best candidates for storage in terms of knowledge are oil and gas depleted fields. And having this in mind, we tried to make amendments and supplementation to the existing legislation, primary or secondary, to enable CCS in Romania. The national agency has a specializing unit dealing only with CCS, and with my colleagues and the representatives of the industry, members of the Romanian Federation of Oil and Gas Producers, we set up a working group and look at the legislation and try to communicate and find the best solutions. We nearly finalized a piece of legislation, which is now under analysis by the Ministry of Environment. And then we have to obtain other regulatory approvals. But in this effort, competent authority is not alone by itself. It needs support from the political and policy makers. So in our opinion, CCS should be placed higher on the political and on the agenda of the policy makers. The recently released energy strategy, which is in public consultation, I don't think that even mentions this. And in order to make things happen, there's needed much more awareness among the policy levels.
Thank you very much. And my next question was actually going to be, what are the main challenges standing in the way of the competent authority to be able to do their or fulfill their function? And of course, you mentioned one, it needs to be higher on the agenda. Are there any other steps you think needs to be taken?
Yeah, need the capacity strengthening. Considering that the competent authority has an important role in selection of the storage site candidates, we need the support to establish a proper database in our country. Also, we need to be more in contact with other countries that developed projects and have more experience in this. We plan to be more active in the meetings and the groups set up by the Commission, considering that certain pieces of legislation and guidelines are under discussion and amendment, and we have to bring our contribution. Yeah.
Great. So Stefan, perhaps a similar question to you. When you are looking at the development of CCS and in particular how to reach large scale market development, what do you see as the main challenges, but also the main opportunities? Maybe then not specifically in Romania, but in the CEE region.
I think the main problem, at least I can relate because I'm Polish, so I can relate to the situation in Poland. And what I hear from industry when I speak to them in Poland, that the main problem is regulations. And then that's the obvious thing is when they say, yeah, if we can only transport CO2 by pipeline, otherwise it's not counted for ETS. So this is the biggest obstacle, because without this in place, no one is daring to start anything. And other things, I think technology is not the issue. It's CO2 storage has been done for many years. In Norway, it's 25 years, more than 25 years CO2 storage. So technology is in place. We can improve it and fine tune it, but technology is ready. So I think start with something, start pilot or a demonstration project which can be scaled up. Public perception. I've been working with CO2 storage almost 20 years, and since I started, this public perception was always discussed, and it seems like not so much happened since this time passed. Still huge opposition against storing onshore. I don't know why it is like that. I think people need knowledge, need to be educated. So I've heard that in some regions where there's high unemployment rate, the CO2 storage is not perceived as bad as in other places. So maybe demonstrating to people how much ripple effect this industry may have in area. I see again reference to Northern Lights. I see that in where the onshore terminal is located, there's a lot of activities from local businesses. It creates jobs. New companies want to be located close to terminal, so they can when they produce CO2, they can deliver it to Northern Lights. So this yeah, regulations, public perception, and the finance mechanism. You mentioned that it would be much easier if CO2 EOR would be recognized in a way. Of course, this helps to start up things, but I think this is almost impossible to get accepted, at least at the EU level. But I think the startup investments to start projects. I don't remember how many years ago, but many. There was this project in Poland, partly financed by EU, Recopol. It was CO2 storage in coal seams. It was a success from scientific point of view, maybe not on the commercial scale, but this kind of projects that demonstrate to people and that CCS works and is safe. I think that's one of the key issues.
Thank you.
Stop working. There it goes. So Vladislav, the same question to you. The greatest opportunities and challenges.
Okay, I'll start with opportunities. Opportunities for us is to be the first, I don't know, in the country, in the region, somewhere, yeah? And I think this can happen. The colleague from the regulatory was mentioning about the working group, and it was kind of an amazing partnership that we sit together, and actually over 3 months, we Oil and Gas Association together with the national authority, we managed to go through the legislation and to see actually what needs to be fixed. So that's also opportunity, because else what you can have, you can just wait and just blame on the EU officials or your kind of national authorities and somebody else. But if you start moving the topics, I think sooner or later the things are kind of getting into the right direction. Opportunity is also that we're gonna decarbonize, and we should talk more about it. And here comes, I think it's also kind of a challenge that it depends how you tackle a topic and actually what you define as a scope, and then how you make everybody who is a stakeholder understand the topic. Still, for example, now I don't want to enter into it, but EGR, I'm not sure that it's quite understood by everybody who needs to be on the chain. But rest assured that we will do our best to move this topic and to make it somehow happen. And it's, of course, it is happening in one legislation, but we just need to put it in a different legislation, meaning in the CCS legislation, and just these two legislations to talk to each other. Challenge regulatory was mentioned a couple of times. For me, the challenge is still that the EU CCS directive needs a little bit of kind of de-rusting, because this is something that was created some 10, 12 years ago. It was based on desaline aquifers and actually all these concepts, but now we are coming, the oil and gas companies, and we want to use our capabilities and actually to do something out of depleted reservoirs. So we should have the opportunity that we are able actually to help to everyone in this kind of value chain. Challenges for me, is a big challenge is the cost and understanding the cost. So no matter how many various players I have been asking, including the EU Commission colleagues, I have been hearing a various range of costs across this value chain. So yes, we need more to understand the technologies, they are there, but actually the associated cost behind. We need then also to get definitely certain kind of public financing if we want to decarbonize, and we do it with a certain purpose, not only for a kind of economic benefit. And last but not least, talking about challenges, I think is the infrastructure itself. At least for Romania, I mean, we have all these emittents that are across the country. We have a very limited onshore kind of storage, so the only thing is actually to be having a pipeline. I don't know if railway for Deloitte is a solution. I was quite curious to understand a little bit more. I don't see it as a viable option, especially if you want to have a throughput that is on a significant scale. So the only thing remain pipeline, and then vessel if you are lucky just to have water around you, yeah, which is not the Romanian case so much. But having said all this, I think we are in a position to talk about this with what we have achieved in a couple of years.
Thank you. Yes, and I think what we've heard all today is that dialogue, and here as well, getting in touch, talking about new solutions. So I think that while you and the audience think about questions to ask this excellent panel, I will ask Florina a final question as the competent authority. Are you positive towards CCS project breaking ground in Romania?
We're
recording it.
Oh, okay. We think that we have a solid base to start, and we have still institutional memory, and we remember how we cooperate on the occasion of another project, and we do not want to repeat the mistakes that we made that time. The positive part now is that it seems that the private sector is very committed and acts as a driver. There is interest shown in our country, both from the petroleum companies and from cement companies. So we are very positive that a project will be born.
That's great. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you to all the panelists. I'm not sure who might be the best to answer, but to what extent, since we're talking about CO2 transport and storage infrastructure, to what extent is in developing that reusing existing infrastructure being considered, in particular pipelines and also then storage, like existing wells and other infrastructure?
So there's been a number of studies looking at reusing existing infrastructure, and the best out of it is with pipelines. They can be reused. But when it comes to the other infrastructure, like on existing hydrocarbon fields, it depends when they were made and if they are produced in a way that they are resistant to corrosion. In most of cases, usually the answer is that it's better to drill a new well and it's better to put a new infrastructure because reusing or fixing the old one might be too expensive and too problematic. But the main issues with existing storage sites, existing hydrocarbon fields, is that they have wells. The wells that were drilled maybe 10 years ago, maybe 20, maybe 50, you don't know the status on them. And each well is potential leakage path for CO2. So that's the main challenge with existing hydrocarbon fields. You can continue.
Florin, you want to say something?
No, please.
Okay, yes to both what the colleagues said. We haven't agreed upfront. Just to add a couple of things based on actually what we have been working so far. So for the transport infrastructure, yes, actually at least looking in Romania, we have been assessing what is available, a kind of pipeline, existing one, and at least the minimum that can be done is if a new pipeline is created, at least it will go through the same route. So you will not have to go in all these administrative burdens to consolidate and stuff like that. Lands, pieces, owners, because this could be a nightmare and takes a lot of time. And yes, if you are lucky enough to have pieces of a pipeline that is not active, meaning that it's a kind of idle, you can fully reuse it. So for me, here the question more or less only of costs. And actually, if you enter with somebody in partnership, you do it alone, and there are various options. Then the second question about depleted fields, yes, we are also of opinion that it's very, first, it's good these reservoirs, what are depleted, they to be further somehow allocated or given the storage permit to the title holder of the carbon operations, because this is actually the entity that knows the best the geological structure and what has been there. If I go and I'm kind of bidding for third-party kind of depleted fields, I never know actually what they have done there and what is it. So better do your own stuff and then be more kind of risk assured. And yes, existing depleted fields we can use for monitoring, we can use it for logging, for a lot of data collection, but definitely we're gonna store in a kind of new wells to be drilled. And last but not least, even actually the way how abandonment is done. Abandonment for hydrocarbon operation might require a different kind of qualitative needs than a kind of abandonment or actually isolation for a kind of CO2 storage. So actually then you don't need to, and it's not required, actually it's not willing at all actually that you rest on your kind of old abandonment and the quality that you have used there of the concrete and stuff. So do some new stuff.
Marina, did you also want to add something on that? Or?
It is very important to check the integrity of the existing wells.
It's a whole, actually, the EU directive is very good in this, and so there is a whole kind of shopping list of criteria that needs to be met, or eligibility.
But it also puts requirements on operators of the fields, that they abandon the field in a way that is suitable for CO2 storage.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there another question? Yes.
Does it work? Yeah. Hi, I'm Philip Putman. I work for Carmeuse, which is a lime industry. We are active in a number of countries that have been discussed today. Happy to see that you're working also on the CO2 transportation infrastructure. Very, very important, because our sector, we go where the limestone is, so we're quite remote. And in these countries, we probably need to ship our CO2 per truck to the nearest storage site or terminaling site, which brings me to the point of the need for aggregation. Because I work on a Belgian project, so we need to sequestrate in the North Sea or in Norway or wherever. And they all sympathize, these sequestrators, but they say, well, your volume is just not big enough for us to be interesting, or to fill up a seagoing vessel. Probably less of an issue if you were talking about onshore storage, but still nevertheless quite important, because it's always good. I heard some gentlemen say, don't cluster because you're going too slow. Well, in some occasions, you don't have any other choice than to cluster, join up with other partners. One aspect I have not heard today is the electricity needs, because carbon capture technology is probably, it's evolving, it exists, but what it needs is massive amounts of electricity to feed this technology. And I just want to raise the attention. I'm not sure if that has been investigated, but don't forget that. I mean, it's very important. We did a study for Belgium. Our electricity consumption will go times 10, which is quite impressive. Thanks.
Can I comment?
Of course.
I mean, on the last point of electricity, you refer more to capturing units, as I understand. Yeah, I'm not allowed to talk on capturing units. I'm allowed to talk on transport and storage by the organizer. But nevertheless, actually, this is coming where the biggest share of the cost on the whole value chain comes from. I mean, the capturing unit, both capex and opex, is the most capital intensive part. So actually, this creates a lot of challenges for the financing of projects. Yes.
Meaning that you need to reinforce the grids, you need to make sure that you have power.
It's
about security supply more than financial.
Okay, but these are things that are solvable more or less, about infrastructure and actually having a kind of the grid, at least. Okay.
Sorry, so the technology should be renewable probably in order to have a real carbon capturing, not the carbon capturing by using coal-based energy.
Actually, if we want to capture maximum CO2 and then actually not to have additional CO2, it was my initial question to you, from the capturing installation, we need to see actually how much of the energy that goes as an input for this capturing unit could be based on renewable. So that's why it's part of the complexity, is quite interesting, but I think everything has a kind of answer.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have to end this panel, but I hope that there is room afterwards for some more discussions on these topics. It's always a good sign when you have to stop the panel as conversation is going on. So with that, please join me in a warm applause for the panel, and we're moving on to the next point.
Thanks, Rina, and thanks to the panelists. So I want to bring in Daniel Kicza from the European Commission DG Klima. Daniel is working as a policy officer in the Low Carbon Solutions Unit dealing with research and low carbon technology deployment. And he's a member of the team working on financing low, zero, and net negative carbon projects with the Innovation Fund and the Modernization Fund, as well as the innovative climate-friendly financial instruments under InvestEU. Daniel, over to you.
Thank you very much, Michal. Thank you very much for this very, very interesting discussion the whole day. My problem is a bit that it was absolutely interesting because I'm also working on the CCS directive, but I'm not here to talk about the CCS directive. So the small challenge, because there were some questions raised, and I would like, if you allow me, just 4 minutes for 4 points, just simple answers to very complicated questions raised. First, I think the good news is that in the European Union, we have the CCS directive because the CCS directive is a tool to fight climate change. And it's about permanent storage of CO2 underground in geological formations. And it can only be with a permit. The permit comes from the permitting authorities, is notified to us. We see those permits and we see the conditions under which the permits have been generated. So that's a very, in our view, solid basis for making sure that carbon storage is always a climate fighting tool. Secondly, we are conscious of the fact that the CCS directive itself is 10 years old and was sort of written in a different time and different context. So we believe the rules in the CCS directive are very much fit for purpose, also for the future. But we might and we want to update the guidance documents that we have, 4 guidance documents that sort of already were written at the time, to link the practice better to the rules. And this is a process which will be started beginning of next year. We are currently contracting a helping consultant for this. And it will be done in a stakeholder process where there will be a conference, stakeholders, you all will have possibilities to comment on the results of this first analysis, what needs to be updated. And then the idea is that the Commission would come with revised guidance documents by the end of next year, after which then we hope that we are a step further. Second point, transport of CO2. It was mentioned that in the ETS directive, only pipeline transport of CO2 is recognized as we speak. But you might know that we have already proposed in the revision of the ETS directive that this would be broadened up to any type of transport. So trucks, barges, railway cars. And this is part of the discussion right now on the other side of the street here, almost between the Council and Parliament. But after that, of course, we will implement the monitoring regulation, adapt that accordingly. So this is in the works. And it was mentioned a little bit with a question maybe, already now, if a member state would come to us and say, I have a project here that needs rail cars, we would find a way to see that in line with the ETS directive. We have done this already with a project in Norway. It can be done. Third, about administrative capacity in member states. Before the summer, we have reinvigorated the information exchange group under the CCS directive, which is a group of competent authorities for the permitting processes in member states. It had met a lot of times in the very beginning of the directive, then not so much anymore. Now we plan to have at least 2 meetings a year with the authorities, and indeed to bring them together and to talk to each other, exchanging best practices, exchanging experiences with permitting, with other points. So that's already what we are going to do in this. And why I'm really happy to also be able to work in the team that runs the Innovation Fund and the Modernization Fund, by the way, is that with these tools, we are actually putting our regulatory framework to the test. Does it work in practice? So why is that important? Because we are all together on a journey to carbon neutrality. We see in our model that we have a lot of CO2 that needs to be captured and stored by 2050 in order to even achieve that. So since we are not very far in doing this today, and we have heard the many challenges that we face in order to put it into practice, because of these funding instruments, the EU funding instruments, we know that there will be around 4.6 million tons for sure be captured before the end of the decade, because these are all projects in the Innovation Fund. And we have promised grants to them, and they have promised that they will run the project, develop it, deploy it, and run it for 10 years, because that's the rules under this Innovation Fund. So we know there is supply of CO2. And we are with those projects, which we consider sort of our sandboxes for this practice test of the rules to find storage sites. And it's not easy, but that we have discussed today. In any case, it's a steep road to climb. So we have a funding system in place in the European Union, all of which can actually contribute to the development of CCS and CCU also, but in different stages in terms of technology readiness and commercial readiness level. And what I'm going to focus on today is the Innovation Fund and the Connecting Europe facility. It was already mentioned today, because these are more concretely relevant to what we discussed today. So what is the Innovation Fund? I actually have a video. Could you click on this link? Maybe. I hope it works. If not, it doesn't matter. Should open YouTube. That's our latest video. It's a celebration, and because the Innovation Fund is only 1 year old, has had 2 large-scale calls and 2 small-scale calls.
Stay below 1.5 degrees, but time is...
Sorry to make this so difficult for you. No? Yeah, there it is. So the Innovation Fund is a funding instrument, a competitive funding instrument, grant funding instrument, which aims at decarbonizing our industry for short. And it has as one of the 4 main directions, carbon capture and use and storage inside from the very beginning. It's really, the idea is to bring those technologies and concepts to the market, to large-scale deployments, in order to show, also to learn and to show that it works. Somehow it doesn't work. Yes, could you go to the next slide, please? So it's a competitive selection process with a couple of particularities. One, it depends on the ETS price because it's funded from the ETS. So currently we calculate with 75 euros. So that would mean 38 billion euros to invest into decarbonizing our industry. It supports up to 60% of the relevant costs. Relevant costs is an important aspect. It is open to single applicants, consortia, and we have project development assistance attached to it. So I think you're, sorry. So how does this sort of work in practice? There is a pretty detailed sort of instruction and system in place for how to apply, how to structure the project. But in principle, it goes along these steps. And what is sort of very unique in a way is that greenhouse gas emissions avoidance is a key criteria, award criteria in the Innovation Fund, which leads then to the figure you saw in the video when we calculate those projects. And this is, of course, an interesting thing for CCUS type projects because they can show how much emissions are avoided. And the Innovation Fund always looks at 10-year of lifetime of these projects. So we actually work into the future and therefore can see the avoidance. This is something which is quite critical for projects to actually win the grants because we are quite oversubscribed so far. This was the second large-scale call, which closed just before the summer break. We had 139 applications. Of those, 121 were evaluated because there is some scope for errors in the mechanisms. So there is often projects that are excluded. And then we have pre-selected 17 projects to get a grant. 31 would have been as equally good to be supported, only that we didn't have enough funds in that call. And then 73 did not make the cut to be good enough. Now, there is a little asterisk there because these projects are pre-selected. They now need to sign a grant agreement. That's in a negotiation process between our agency and the projects, and only when that's done, they really sort of fund it. But normally, we would not expect that many drop out. How does this latest crop, so to speak, look like? That's the distribution. These are the sectors in which the projects happen. And I marked here the more specific sort of topics to today's discussion, which are projects which are now selected. And the two yellow lines make me very happy, notably because this is the first time that we also have storage sites inside projects which are funded from the Innovation Fund. Whereas storage was fundable from the very beginning, we so far had no applications that would have that. Now we have it. So far, we focused the winners focused on capture, but not necessarily having the storage inside. But now looking for a storage site in some ways. Now we have it, and I can go a bit quicker to this because it was already discussed today. This is the ANBRA project, which I'm personally very excited about because it has storage inside and it's not in the North Sea region. That's a very good development. Then we have others which are projects which add to the supply of CO2 that will be captured, supported by the Innovation Fund, and therefore is there to the taking for storage operators, maybe also others than Northern Lights with its huge sort of pipeline projects. And then crucially, in some ways, we have a project in Iceland, which is a storage site in itself, so not connected to any capturing plant, but will bring storage capacity to the market in Europe when it's implemented to a non-small part with a very interesting storage price as far as we can see so far. So what's next for the Innovation Fund? Well, an invasion happened and an energy crisis is happening around us, even though we have a very nice discussion here today. So the Commission has decided that we need to ramp up certain investments in line with the REPowerEU plan. And that's why the next Innovation Fund call, the large scale call, will have dedicated REPower windows inside. And the three new windows that come in are those electrification and hydrogen in industry, so to wean us off fossil fuels, and particularly those that come from Russia. Then clean tech manufacturing, because we have a lot of sort of solutions which are already on the market, but are not necessarily produced in Europe or are not produced entirely to the numbers and scale that we would need them in order to get off heating with gas, etc. Our heat pumps is one example. And interestingly, for today's topic is that the normal, here we call it bottom-up approach, the normal innovation fund approach is still there. So this is still the standard approach to the innovation fund. But now the distribution will be sort of with those 3 windows and the normal call. So in a way, we try to compartmentalize the competition of the projects a little bit. Those hydrogen projects will compete against each other in a separate list. The manufacturing will compete against each other in a separate list. And then it's maybe less competition for storage projects in the overall call. And interestingly, also we will have a call on mid-sized pilots. So there we really change a little bit because here the emphasis is not so much on sort of commercial grade or reaching commercial viability after 10 years, rather maybe in a shorter time frame, proving a technology, proving something that then afterwards could then become sort of a traditional innovation fund project. And here also storage sites and new capturing technologies would have a chance to actually get supported for this earlier phase of project development. So I already mentioned this. That's the logic of these windows. But since we are in an energy crisis, one important factor in this selection criteria will be the time to market. So here, projects that are faster in saying we can deliver this in 2 years will have an advantage over those who say 3 years or 4 years, a little bit more so than it was before the case. So what's the next steps for the Innovation Fund? We have done workshops and surveys over the summer. We are consulting member states now on the new rules. And the idea is to launch the call already in November with a closing date in March next year. So that's when the applications need to come in. And then already in November, we will then do also lessons learned and always we do workshops. I'm coming back to this. And then there is also a small scale call. Small scale calls are similar, but maximum project size 7.5 million euros. So that's really sort of smaller projects. Which will be launched again next year. And we have also closed in August the last small scale call, and the results will come in autumn. So then what about cross-border infrastructures? Also here we heard a lot about this already, because it is about the 10E regulation, and in particular the projects of common interest that we can support, the Commission can support under the 10E regulation. And here the cross-border dimension is the key, because that's what projects of common interest are common between different member states. So hence there has to be a cross-border dimension. But the good news is that in this revision, CO2 transport and storage is now possible under this. We heard from the 5th list that it wasn't. Now the next list will actually have storage possibilities to have storage sites inside those PCIs. So far, we heard about the Poland interconnector just before. There are others. And interesting ones, because all of those or many of those have to do with transport infrastructures and cross-border infrastructures. There's the transport one in the Belgium-Dutch ports area. There is Northern Lights. It's also a PCI. So this is part. There is another trunk line project in the Netherlands to the North Sea. And then there are 3 other projects which also linked to certain projects which are now in the Innovation Fund. So you could see sort of the links between these projects. Importantly, though, is that there will be a 6 PCI list, and the member states are looking at this over the starting sort of when the 10E is implemented, and then the 6th list should be ready by the end of next year. So wherever, also in the region that we were discussing here today, wherever there is a cross-border infrastructure sort of need identified, this is a possibility. So please speak to your governments to see if a PCI could be proposed and supported by the relevant governments to end up on the list, because having the PCI status gives the projects access to funding from another funding instrument, the Connecting Europe Facility, the CEF program. Last aspect. So what do we do in order to have enough projects to apply to these funding mechanisms? A number of activities. As I mentioned, applying to the Innovation Fund is not something you can do in a day or two. It's a bit more complex than that. But we offer support, knowledge sharing events, and also lessons learned. All of those happen online and are recorded, so you can find previous lessons learned and seminars in YouTube still today. We also have a nice tool for smaller projects, a self-check questionnaire in which you can go with your project idea and check, and you will get a result whether the Innovation Fund is suitable for an application or not. It's themed, or it's aimed at the small scale call, not so much the large scale call. We also have a financial advisory service that projects can apply to. It's not directly connected to the Innovation Fund, but it can help projects to get in shape for an application to the Innovation Fund. Eligible sectors are only those 3, but in particular number 2 is part of it. And it's done by the EIB. So there is a website which you find on the slide, where projects can approach the EIB and get support in developing their documentation and their financial maturity. Lastly, but not least, of course, we are also in contact with member states. There are national contact points for the Innovation Fund. That has to do with the fact that we would really like to have the knowledge about these opportunities being spread out throughout the member states. We often do things only in English, so that's another aspect. And here is a list where you can find a contact point who would be already knowledgeable about the Innovation Fund in your countries. Not all of them are sort of already there, but we're leaning on member states to define and to name the national contact points. More information is always on the web. There are a couple of links there. There's also a website from the Commission on the Innovation Fund, where you can find more documentation about the projects that have been selected and find a bit more detail. And with this, I thank you for your attention. And if I have the time, I can also answer questions. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Let's keep it to 2 questions maximum, as we still have 1 more speaker.
When you talk about the mid-scale pilot projects, what is then mid-scale? Definition for mid-scale in your idea?
Yeah, it's something which we are discussing the details of right now. But the idea is mainly that it is not from the status in which the project is not bordering commercial viability. It's rather earlier. And then the idea is maybe around 30 million euros, something like this, could be sort of a figure, but we are not going to sort of really, I think, hardwire this. in the sense of excluding projects, but it's really, it will be about the type of project that fits into the description, not so much the scale itself.
Bruno.
Yeah, Daniel, you mentioned that you saw finally the first storage project applying. Does that mean there's been talk before in the market of a lot of capture projects being developed, being launched, perhaps potentially not enough storage? Aside from the funding side of things, is the Commission doing anything on managing that sort of potential mismatch between sufficient storage for the capture projects?
Yeah, that's a good question. Indeed, it is. I would say it is via the results of the Innovation Fund and via the fact that we have, in the first call, we had 4 projects that capture CO2 and need a storage site, don't have it yet, is that this is much more present now in our thinking. And then we are very closely working together with the projects if they want, and some of them do want that. So we take an active role in really seeing how the regulatory framework works. And there are a number of questions related to this, which are ongoing live discussions, which we, on the one hand, feature back into the discussion we have with the storage competent authorities. In a way, what we try is to bridge the gap between when we see these permits arriving at us notified. I think all the economics are all in place, because then you have a storage operator, and chances are the storage operator has already some sources of CO2 identified and maybe even contracted even before they start doing asking for a permit, and only then we see it. So that's something we ask member states to give us a preview. So what are the projects that you see on the way to a potential permit in what year? And on the other side, we see the clock ticking for these Innovation Fund projects, because before they have a financial close, they need to show they have a contract with a storage site. And this is the other dimension. So in a way, we are looking at sort of the other angle now. And I already mentioned to a colleague, we are also very much trying to understand what we can do against for the chicken and egg uncertainty problem that exists on both sides of this equation, on the capturing decision makers and on the storage decision makers, and somehow bridge that. So that's an internal thing we are kind of looking at. And one aspect, or one hope we have, is that with the CCUS forum that Chris introduced earlier today, at least we can find a common view of stakeholders coming together to see how this can be approached. How can this be alleviated, the uncertainty in some ways? It's an ongoing project, I would say.
Okay, then I have one final question, because I promised the online audience about the London Protocol. If you could maybe literally in 2 sentences explain why this is not a major issue, at least for the EU countries, as I heard from you.
Yeah, in two sentences, it's very challenging. We have done in the first half of this year, we have done an analysis. So what are the requirements on the London Protocol, and what are the requirements on the CCS and ETS directive? And we found there is a complete overlap, meaning anyone who is under the CCS directive or ETS directive applies those, automatically applies the London Protocol. Second point, within the EU, under the ETS directive, CO2 has no nationality. There are no borders in the EU for CO2. There is a transfer of CO2 from one ETS installation to another, finally to the one that is a storage site, and then it's in the ground forever. So in that sense, we don't see a need for bilateral agreements, but member states who are signatory states of the London Protocol might see a need. And of course, member states are free to have bilateral agreements between themselves, only that those bilateral agreements cannot cover or touch anything that is part of the regulatory framework in the EU. So that's where we are at now. We are about maybe 2-3 weeks away from publishing this analyst paper, because member states are still commenting on it. then it will be on the internet. And member states are also developing these bilateral agreements, and we are in discussions to make sure that these agreements will be not touching EU rules. So that was many more than 2 sentences, and it gets more tricky when we talk about EEA and we talk about member states who are not part of the London Protocol. But in principle, that's the position we have.
Okay, thanks a lot. So now I want to bring Jacek Plkański, our next speaker. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Jacek is the senior engineer at the project directorate of the EIB, European Investment Bank, responsible for due diligence on energy-related investments, including CCUS. And before joining the bank, Jacek worked for the IEA, where he was responsible for policy advice on fossil fuel-based power generation, CCUS, and related research activities. Jacek, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief because I am apparently, when it comes to available time, in a negative territory. So I will just briefly compliment what Daniel told us. If your project by chance lacks doesn't have enough grants to close the financing, maybe you will need a loan. And no, EIB is ready to provide those loans, and I will tell you what this could be about. So first couple of words about the bank. No. Yeah, we are a non-profit bank. That sounds like oxymoron, but this is true because we belong to EU member states, and we are not supposed to generate any profit except for, I don't know, building maintenance and our lavish salaries. Yeah, but otherwise, it's okay. Our lending is funded via issuance of bonds on the international capital markets, and it means that taxpayers' money are not involved in this. We don't spend taxpayers' money. We enjoy the AAA rating, therefore we borrow money on zero cost. So we try to transfer these benefits to beneficiaries of our loans. This is why we are usually very competitive when it comes to interest rates, and also because of tenor of the loan. We also have pretty big capacity to appraise projects, to do due diligence. And once we put our stamp on the project, private banks come because they know that we would never sign upon the bad project. We are investment banks, so we don't finance cash flow of companies. We did our loan to be linked to particular assets to be constructed. Now even faster. When it comes to volume, every year we lend like 50 to 60 billion euros, and 50% of this amount is eligible under climate action and climate action bonds. This includes projects mostly in the renewable sector, energy efficiency, and we still hope that CCS will join this group soon, because we have never financed CCS project. They may come. Our entire financing is aligned with the Paris Agreement. This includes not only project, but also the behavior of promoters. They need to have decarbonization plans, midterm and long-term plans that would meet Paris alignment and also EU goals. So by 2050, our counterparts, not only project, but counterparts need to be fully decarbonized. There are 2 documents that in public domain that actually describe our policies. The first one is Climate Bank Roadmap, and this is mostly about eligibility of projects, while the EIB Group PASS framework is about eligibility of counterparts. So for example, we request all our counterparts, if they work in highly emitting sectors, to, in the medium term, I mean 5 to 10 years, to decarbonize at the rate minimum 4.2% per year, and present plans in public domain for full decarbonization until 2050. So we have problems to find projects and counterparts right now, but well, let's see how it works. This is project cycle. I will skip this slide. Now, eligibility of projects, of CCS projects. When it comes to CO2 capture, in gas-based plants, in power plants, we would finance a project, that CCS project, that would bring the CO2 emissions below 250 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour of electricity. This is very mild condition. Taxonomy requires 100. So it's very easy. The same concerns combined heat and power plants. Gas-fired, we would request these projects with emissions to go below 250 per kilowatt hour of electricity. Heat generation plants, all of them, don't have any thresholds, and also hydrogen production plants. Frankly speaking, coal plants would theoretically be possible, but I didn't put coal on this slide because my head would be rolling down Luxembourg streets if I put coal on EIB slide, because this is bad word, forbidden in EIB. So theoretically, yes, but our management and board would kill this project, whatever this fantastic CCS project would be in it. But don't quote me, please. Yeah. So coal, yes, but no. We would also finance CO2 capture in waste to energy plants. And as you know, waste includes some fossil fuel components. So the same conditions for CO2 emissions per kilowatt hour of electricity, CO2 emissions from fossil part of waste, the same would apply as for gas plants. Of course, we would finance CO2 capture in biomass plants without any problems, unless, of course, the biomass is not sustainable. But we believe that such proponent would not come to us with not sustainable source of biomass. When it comes to industrial projects, the situation is pretty tricky. Petrochemicals, ammonia, steel, cement, fertilizer plants. We wouldn't have any problems in financing existing, CCS on existing plants. But when it comes to greenfield investments with, for example, new, ammonia plants, we would have serious problems with this because other alternatives, not fossil-based, exist to make ammonia. You don't need gas necessarily. Apparently, this is what I know from my colleagues. So existing plants, yes, capture, it could be financed by us. New plants, we would have to have a very close look about existing alternatives. If they don't exist, we would finance this. If there's no renewable / bio-based electrified alternative for this. We would not support any CO2 capture in fossil fuel refineries or in any other facility that deals with production of fossil fuels. So this includes not only CCS in refineries, not to be financed by us, but also enhanced oil recovery or enhanced gas recovery. We would not be able to finance such project. When it comes to, we would finance transport and storage projects separately from capture. So if a promoter comes with just transport or transport and storage, we would consider this for financing, and there are conditions here. We are still discussing whether they need to fully apply or not, because the last two, the middle one about leakages comes from, this is a significant contribution as defined by taxonomy. And I'm talking about the general eligibility of projects. So It would be nice that the project fulfills this condition in the middle, but if not, we still would have a look at it. And the last slide, how we would finance this project. So preferably on a normal, using normal corporate loan where the risk would be taken, would be put on a corporate balance sheet. But project finance is also possible. However, I mean, there are many risks, but it will be possible as well. We also may finance advisory services. Within InnovFin, we could finance financial advisory for demonstration projects, and InvestEU allows us to provide technical advisory. However, projects, in order to be eligible for our technical advisory, which means these are grant money, these are free money, not loans. This project would have to be advanced enough so we would know that they were going to happen. So we would not finance a study that would investigate the general feasibility of project, because we need to know that the project must happen. So they need to be pretty certain, and based on this, we would finance technical assistance. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacek. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, great. Short questions. Welcome.
Maciej Majski once again. You mentioned that no greenfields will be funded if if there is an option to do it more green way.
Yes.
How about the modernization of existing assets? Because many times the CCS technology may come together with the modernization, for example, in cement, modernization of the kiln. So is it fine for you, or do you
I
think
am sure my colleagues would have a look at it. I don't do industrial projects, but I'm sure that they would have. I mean, they put this condition about that, like greenfield now, but I mean, they wouldn't say no to big cement company or Air Liquide or whatever. Of course not. We would have a look at it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jacek. So this has brought us almost to the end of the conference. I want to bring in Jonas Helseth, Director of Bologna Europa. Jonas is a long-standing champion for CCS. Apart from being, or in addition to being our boss, Bologna Europa, he's also holding several leadership positions at the Zero Emissions Platform, key advisory platform to the European Commission on all things CCS. So Jonas, welcome.
Thank you very much, Michal. And well, first of all, I'd like to say it's very nice to see both familiar faces in the room, but also quite a few new faces. And I think that's very encouraging for what we're trying to achieve, not least in the Central Eastern Europe region. We also have about 70 people, I understand, following us online. And I am obviously also in a negative time space here. We've been working a lot on negative emissions. I see if I manage to pull this off as well with some negative time. I have, first of all, I'm going to turn my closing remarks a little bit around. It's a bit of a waiting to do, but I think it's important in case that I do bore you with some of those remarks, that we first have a brief applause, or maybe a long applause, for the project team and the colleagues who have been here and making sure that this has been possible to bring people together for this. I know there's been a lot of hard work put into it, including today. So thank you very much. Now, just a few words about why we as an environmental NGO have been, well, as Michal kindly put it, championing CCS in Europe and elsewhere in the world as well. We work on industry, and it's a very clear case. We heard for cement industry. I think most folks today acknowledge that the cement industry is going to depend on CCS. But I think also there's another element which makes it clear that this is something that needs to be on the table for nearly every industry in the energy intensive space, and that is a timeline. We're in a climate emergency. We are out of time. And that means that the stuff that we can do in the next 5 years are the things that we need to do in the next 5 years. And those will always need to trump the things that might be able to happen 20 years from now. And that is why we're working on CCS for also a lot of other industries where there might be theoretical potential for other stuff, but CCS needs to be on the table because it's something that can be implemented on large scale in the near future. So there's another element, which I think is also very important for us, and I think it should be for both the folks from industry, from the governments, and for this region, which is the social aspect. So CCS is a key part of the puzzle of reconciling climate policies with employment, with investments, and making sure that climate action doesn't mean that a lot of people are ending up in unemployment in a lot of sectors that we need for the future, that we need as part of the green shift. And that means infrastructure is key to enable industry to continue in Europe. It's key to make sure that we actually have industrial activity and value creation in Europe, and making sure that we have jobs and not ending up in that place where people have to face a choice between their welfare, their jobs, and the climate. And so, to the point about loans from the EIB, I think we need to be clear that that is actually about investments. Inward investment, putting in place an infrastructure means that you make your region attractive to inward investment. Last week I had a pleasure to be in a panel with the Energy Minister of Alberta, Canada, and they were among the first regions in the world to put in place an infrastructure of this kind. We can say a lot about why that is, and the EOR elements that might be putting this in a different place as a starting point. But the point is that they have an infrastructure in place that enable industry to cut emissions on a large scale, and that has led to a lot of industries getting in touch with that government, with that region, wanting to invest there, wanting to build jobs for the future, because industry also knows there isn't going to be any place in the world where you don't have to deal with your emissions. So investing in the places where you have that infrastructure is going to be attractive, and that means that type of loan, but also EU funding is an investment in the future, an investment in building our economy in Europe. So with that, it's great to see the projects that are now being generated by the PCIs, by the Innovation Fund, and so on. And I also really like your video. But we shouldn't spend too much time patting ourselves on the back in Europe. I think we also need to recognize that we are way behind schedule. And it's 10 years ago now that I was chairing the first working group in Europe on industrial decarbonization. We had people from cement, we had people from steel, we had people from chemicals, refineries, all of them were there as part of a working group of the Zero Emission Platform. And we produced a report that said crystal clear, we need CCS on a massive scale to be able to have industry in Europe in the future. And we have done almost nothing in that decade. There's been a lot of finger pointing between governments, industry, also civil society, we should be clear on that, and member states. And the chicken and egg, as was referred to here earlier, we need to stop with that. We need to make sure that people sitting around the table, creating trust in that infrastructure actually being there in the future, and then getting a lot more things to happen in the near term. We are not going to be able to do this if we have a couple of projects coming online every year. So with that, it's really exciting to hear what Heidelberg Cement, for instance, says. 8 projects in this region being considered, being planned. We need to see a lot more of that from every industry. We need to see governments backing it up. We need to see the EU also providing the regulatory framework that makes sure that the profits of this doesn't end up in the pockets of a few companies in the oil and gas sector who are used to a 20% return on investment. This has to be a public good, and that's why we're here. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending today. I really hope it's been useful. It's been an eye-opener maybe for this region actually being probably one of the regions in Europe where the most is happening, and we need to encourage that. Thank you very much.
So this is it for today. However, this is not the last event of the project. There will be one more also in Brussels next year, plus a series of national events and a regional conference later this year. So please stay tuned. And Apologies to the online audience if we didn't take all your questions. If you want, you can also send them over to Bellona, to myself or other colleagues. We'll try to relay them to the speakers and get back to you. So many thanks for watching the conference, for attending the conference, and hope to see you again. Thanks.